Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who the way it was meant to be watched, in chronological order, one clip at a time, starting at the Big Bang and ending with the heat death of the universe. I'm Becca, the Matrix Archivist, and I spent the last 12 years of my life meticulously editing the entire televised Doctor Who universe into chronological order. And this week is our 1-year anniversary. So I thought it would be fun to just do a little clip show of our first year as a podcast. Episode 1, 10 minutes of opening credits and 4 seconds of Castrovalva Part 2.
That's the Stitches in Time mission, is we're putting everything back in order so everything makes sense.
Yeah. And Mandy is here as well.
Mandy is here as well.
When I agreed to be on this podcast, I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to do a rewatch podcast, but we're going to watch Doctor Who in chronological order. I was like, okay, yeah, that seems like a fun premise. You just watch the episodes all randomly out of place. And then you were like, no, we're going to watch the scenes in their proper chronological order. And I am incapable of watching a season of Torchwood. So I don't know what's going to happen with this podcast when we get to Torchwood.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, which is an important thing that we should clarify here. It is not just mainline Doctor Who.
It's Classic Who, New Who, Torchwood, Sarah Jane Adventures, K9, the Australian series, which I know you're a big fan of K9, aren't you?
Again, I have not watched a lot of classic Doctor Who, but I feel like they appreciate a big cave because you can use the same cave over and over and over again.
They love a cave, they love a quarry, it's just, it's all a good time.
I really should have asked what you wanted the age rating of this podcast to be. We are 4 seconds in, and we have been talking for 45 minutes.
Wow.
I like the evil laugh is just the sign off.
That's my catchphrase. It's just an evil laugh.
Episode 2, 45 seconds of The Pandorica Opens.
I took notes for this episode.
Yay!
Because I didn't want to miss a single detail.
It's almost like we're a real podcast.
I'm here for the start of a journey.
Yeah.
I'm just getting a note or something. But
he's here for an adventure, and the adventure is 45 seconds long. I really like that idea that no one who speaks English.
DiGiorno likes new Doctor Who. My previous cat liked old Doctor Who because it's filmed like a Lifetime movie. And she loved those.
That's amazing. Oh my gosh.
She loved Lifetime movies. She hated Lady Gaga.
I love how many opinions cats have.
All we have to do is open the doors and read the very first words in recorded history.
This is from bbcamerica.com. Some little tidbits, and one of the things I thought was interesting says the idea of a cliff face with a significant historical mention. I'm going to take that again. It says the idea of a cliff face with a significant historical
The idea of a cliff face with a significant historical mention is whatever the rest of the sentence was going to be. Because Becca has it, and I do not. But I'm going to read it as if I do. This is Mandy Oquendo with NPR.
All right. I'm not going to read this verbatim because I'm bad at reading, apparently.
Episode 3, 11 seconds of Flux, Chapter 6, The Vanquishers.
All bad guys should be exiled to Florida and forced to live there forever.
I was wondering about how you dated this.
A lot of stories and clips like this aren't like specifically given a time when they happen. So what I have to do is use a random number generator to place it in the canon.
You said this guy kills people by putting snakes in them?
Oh yeah, I did say that, didn't I?
Is that like a euphemism? Where are the snakes going?
I think the Mara is probably the grandest serpent of, going specifically by that definition. I think Colony Sarf is grand for a serpent, but he's not just one serpent, he's many serpents.
In a trench coat,
he's like
trying to sneak into a movie theater.
Yes, that's exactly what he is.
The real flux was me being flummoxed about where the snake was.
I would love to see a 6-part Doctor Who episode called The Flummox.
info@butterballturkey.com.
Who are you?
Episode 4, 19 Seconds of the Infinite Quest.
There was a show on children's BBC called Totally Doctor Who.
Because they were lying to children.
Yeah.
I made sure to mark down the electricity, but I didn't mark down that David Tennant was saying anything. My ears just block that out. I have to actively remember to listen to David Tennant.
Wait, hang on. Is this an ADHD thing or is it a David Tennant thing? This is the problem with hearing all of your takes and assumptions, is that they're always so much better than what the actual episode is.
After seeing that clip, and it was like, hey, which part of this is the infinite? I'd be like, the space part, obviously. Not the boat part.
Yeah,
the boat is pretty finite. Like, what do the kids love? David Foster Wallace. That's what's going to get the kids to watch TV and get their parents to pay their TV license. References to Infinite Jest.
Look, if Eric Roberts can be the master, I guess Julia Roberts can be the companion.
Hey, I think Julia Roberts should be the Doctor.
Yeah. When are we going to get Julia Roberts as the Doctor?
I know this because of the time that I broke into her home.
Oh, right.
Allegedly.
I never have any idea if you're joking or not, and that terrifies me. Got my little script. Eventually, I'm sure I'll memorize this, but it seems like a lot of effort. Welcome to Stitches in Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who, or I'll just be able to pronounce all the words. That's the key.
Episode 5, 3 minutes of The Runaway Bride.
I also selected my t-shirt today to reflect my preferred spirited redhead, Asuka from Evangelion.
I'm a trans woman, and yet I know nothing about anime. So I get the sense from watching it in this order, I get the sense that this Earth place is gonna be important later. That's my least favorite thing about you, by the way, that you're from Florida.
Oh, it's my least favorite thing about me. The Earth is a Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, there's a toy inside. The matter that makes me up is lasts forever, and it just changes form, basically.
Yeah, but
real philosophical.
This current form is charged with electrons in this energy that creates a consciousness, and I have to think about stuff and mostly get worried about my taxes.
That's fair.
This form has a credit score. I can't go back to being a rock.
But Mandy, that credit score is made up of star stuff. It's infinite as the universe.
It's quite bad.
I'm afraid if we keep recording this episode, you're going to have a full mental breakdown. It's probably good that we live close to each other, just because then it cuts the number of planes in half that we have to deal with.
Lance was right, we're just tiny.
No, but that's what you do. The human race. Makes sense out of chaos.
There's still there's a big letter we gotta figure out. It's like, hello, sweetie, but I don't even know who Sweetie is yet. Where's Sweetie?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's pretty clear that the Doctor is Sweetie. We don't know who the writer of it is.
That is very presumptive of the Doctor to just be like, I'm the only Sweetie.
Yeah, what if it's somebody else? I'm the
only Sweetie. Like, hey, that's a very common way to talk about stuff. That's very presumptive. I know we're talking about something from 2 episodes ago.
Yeah.
But I've just kind of realized how messed up that is.
It is pretty messed up.
Episode 6, 42 minutes of the edge of destruction and the brink of disaster.
At the point of this recording, we have not even announced that this podcast will ever exist. And yet we have our first listener question.
But your options for nutrition on the TARDIS are water and milk. I keep on wanting to call him Chester Ian, but I think it's Ian Chesterton.
Look, if the Doctor can't get his name right, how are we supposed to? You know what I mean?
I am wearing the shooty sweater that I got at Galley. They were like, oh yeah, it's the sweater that he's wearing in the promo stuff. And then it appears that he's just going to wear that one time in one episode, so it's not really the shooty sweater. Which Doctor is the stinkiest? I feel like it would be Capaldi then, right? He spent so much time in that little clock. They have a TV that's showing them a screensaver, and they're terrified of it.
Look, I refuse to do math in any fewer than 5 dimensions, but so there's a spring in the button of your flashlight? So, I don't know. I think that stuff's pretty cool and interesting, and if you don't, then you're wrong. If you put the unknowns into the fabric of everything.
Once they've been stitched into time, as you will.
Oh, Mandy.
Oh,
you.
We're on the brink.
You branding genius. We're on the brink of disaster. Or is it the brink of destruction? I can never quite remember.
The brink of D's nuts.
Mandy's nuts. My brain is broken, I'm sorry.
Episode 7, 12 minutes of the giggle.
This is the first one where we have had the 10th Doctor and Donna for a second time, very close to each other, because we had it a few episodes past.
Although technically he's the 14th Doctor. I want to nip the pedantry in the bud, because I know we'll get emails.
Neil Patrick Harris does a voice that definitely has lived rent-free in my head for so long. And then the Doctor also does not cheat. Put in the cheat code, my guy! Hey, she told you. Yeah. Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy.
I only have one job as an old-timey puppet, and it's to be creepy. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's fine. I think you can tell a bad joke and still be allowed to live.
Otherwise, how could we get this podcast made? All of the 13th Doctor's companions, not worth remembering.
The 13th Doctor's companions were just a bunch of planets.
Mercury.
They all died.
Venus. Jupiter.
Oh my gosh, wait, are we doing a 13th Doctor Sailor Moon crossover right now?
Donna Noble, Disney princess.
Not the Disney princess we deserve, but the Disney princess we need.
I'm sure a lot of you remember Amy. Yeah, she died. I'm sure you did not see Bill. You did not watch Bill, but you heard about Bill. Died.
She died.
I have an airplane, so I will repeat it once I...
Don't these pilots understand that they're ruining the rule of threes right now?
Episode 8, 22 seconds of Hyde.
You're dressed for, like, teaching a Sunday school, and the main thing that you can see is just, I got a lobotomy.
What does your full shirt say?
I got a lobotomy done at Toyota.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of Sunday schoolish, except for the enormous cleavage.
The titties.
Yeah. Look, I know what the internet wants from me.
How many problems of the universe could be solved with proper orthodontics? And you would be surprised. Alien never would have happened if that xenomorph had just worn its retainer. I need a little bit in the archivist here, because in this episode, the Doctor very clearly says We were back about 6 billion years. It's a Tuesday. And yet, are we 4 billion years or are we 6 billion years? Should I like write a letter to the editor?
Scandal.
Time is a flat circle. Except for here.
Except for in Stitches in Time, where it is a very direct line.
You're dressed for like teaching a Sunday school, and the main thing that you can see is just, I got a lobotomy.
Wait, what does your full shirt say?
I got a lobotomy done at Toyotathon.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of Sunday schoolish, except for the enormous cleavage.
The titties.
Yeah, look, I know what the internet wants from me.
When are we?
About 6 billion years ago. It's a Tuesday, I think.
And we have a special guest lined up next week, so stay tuned for that, everyone.
Ooh.
Bye, friends.
I wonder where they exist on my Fuck, Marry, Kill. Spoilers, it's all 3.
Oh, no. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Wait, I need to come over there. Hang on.
It's true.
No!
Okay.
I told you, not until we're done recording. Okay.
Episode 9, 4 Seconds of The Lie of the Land.
We have our very first ever Stitches in Time guest on the show, Ben Paddon.
I'm Ben, and I am morally and ethically opposed to what you are doing here on this show. Mandy once made me rate every single story in Doctor Who on a binary of good or bad.
And what did you discover?
I discovered
Benjamin?
that slightly more than half of Doctor Who is bad.
Ben and I are married.
Ben and Mandy are
we
married.
are very married, yeah.
This is my wife that we have invited on to
Mandy,
insult our podcast.
Sorry, Mandy, we signed a legal contract. You do have to pronounce it correctly.
I can't do the Borat
You
voice.
have to say, Moab.
Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, something else, 3, 4, and then they just gave up on the numbers after that.
How Ezio gets his groove back. Yeah.
Yeah. How many games have fractions in them?
Oh, all of them, because you use math to make computers do stuff.
This clip is significant in the sense that I think...
Without it, none of the other characters in the show could have possibly appear. This existing is the only thing that makes me wish that there was an afterlife. I want my dad to know this is happening.
All right, so no pressure then for us.
Can you imagine the sort of conversation you'd had if you had picked a podcast partner who actually knew about Doctor Who? You'd be talking about Blu-ray edits.
Look, the reason this podcast exists is because I asked both of you at Gallifrey, and Ben was like, Mandy should do this.
I think it's funnier for Mandy to do it.
And it absolutely is.
Amazing.
Episode 10, an hour and a half of the Space Museum parts 2 through 4, and then the Space Museum part 1.
You never know when you're going to get caught up in a revolution for the fate of your planet.
90% of the time I go to a museum, that happens.
Oh.
Hmm.
Can you mansplain Doctor Who to us?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for bringing us on. So, Doctor Who is a show about a man who's always right and doesn't have to explain himself, who likes to yell at young women. It's such a perfect plan. I loved this plan when they said it. It's like, we'll take the woman or the old man, and then they'll know that we're good guys because we kidnapped the... Don't worry about it. My eyebrows look great.
Which is the thing. Ian Chesterton was like, yeah, I got this. I'm going to bite through a sweater.
He knows how knitting works. I don't understand. What's the problem?
And be like, hey, do you want a lot of little threads? Do you want a lot of little pieces of yarn, which are mostly going to be in your mouth?
Did you want a thread or just 2 halves of a sweater?
I will say this. It's not a good way to watch Doctor Who, but it is the correct way to watch Doctor Who.
Yes.
So...
I'm looking forward to never seeing Vicky again.
Who's Vicky?
The new Susan.
Susan 2.
Bring back old Susan.
Should we call her Tuzen?
Ooh, I like Tuzen.
Make companion Susan again.
I look forward to your red hats at Galley 1 this year.
MCS MXA. It's
Mm-hmm.
got a nice ring to it.
Yeah. I'm gonna storm the capital of Wales, because that's where they make it.
Right.
That's true. That is true.
But these are amphibious creatures. You're not an amphibian.
Oh, I'm not, am I?
You can't do something funny before the room tone. That was so hard. I had to be so quiet.
I can do whatever I want. That's my secret.
Episode 11. 5 seconds of the lie of the land.
It's like instead of the butterfly effect, it's like the butterfly tramp stamp effect.
Time travel's greatest danger, really.
Yeah, you don't want anyone in the past to see your tramp stamp, or else the future could be affected in unknown, chaotic ways.
What's Pompeii? That doesn't even exist. No.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What?
I was having an aneurysm. It won't happen again.
That is an unfortunate side effect of this podcast. I feel like River Song has a definitely, like, in all of her incarnations, prioritizes good legs.
Yeah, 100%. That's what the time agents are. They're actually just booth agents, and their whole job is to be like, anything to declare? Are you bringing any technology?
Jack Harkness describes himself as a rogue time agent just to seem really cool, but it's just like, it just means he quit his toll attendant job. I think somebody, not me, because I've got my hands full with Doctor Who, but in chronological order. But somebody needs to do a Star Trek edit where they're
in space.
But they're in space.
So only a Star Trek where they're in space.
You just edited it so that all the characters are hovering a little bit because there's no gravity. You just spin them. I need to be clear that when Matt Smith wrote a dragon, the dragon wasn't there.
Well, that was the question. It was like you were
weird question. Be like, well, I didn't, so I wrote some cardboard and shit.
Well, okay. In defense of the question asker and Matt Smith, I abridged the question to tell the story. The actual question was basically like, you were writing on a green screen, and then you got to see it later, and you could see yourself riding a dragon. What did it feel like to see yourself riding a dragon? And then that's when Matt Smith was like, how do you think it felt to see myself ride a dragon? It was very cool. Like,
how would you feel if you saw yourself riding a dragon?
Through its formative years, gently guiding.
I feel like now we have to talk about what is the sexiest fish.
I don't think we have to talk about that at all.
Swedish.
Oh, Swedish fish?
Episode 12. 8 minutes of a partially split-screen section of City of Death, parts 4 and 1. Because that's the order that they happened in.
For the listeners, this is the first time that we have done a split screen in the Stitches in Time edit, because there are 2 different things happening at the same time.
It is twice as much content, half as much comprehension as to what's going on, because they sure are talking over each other the whole time.
Yeah.
That's my least favorite thing about reading books, is that the left page is always one timeline and the right page is always another timeline.
Beck, I think you're reading manga. I think that actually is a thing that happens.
That does sound like a manga thing.
And there's like an ugly melty guy, which I would call the ugliest man to ever exist, but Tom Baker is there.
Oh, I thought you meant Tom Baker when you said that.
Yeah, we come from goo. And he's like, no. And that's how you know that he's a Christian. Because he saw the goo and it was like, absolutely not. I am not this goo. I came from Jesus Christ.
The only goo I'm from is from the good Lord. Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, Baker, Davis, Baker, McCoy, McGann, Eccleston, War. Wait, McGann.
Why is it War? War was also played by an actor.
That's fair. That's fair. Hurt.
What was that in between doctor played by the concept of two countries coming and fighting and like murdering all of their civilians.
Oh yeah, he was my favorite doctor.
Richard E. Grant. We don't know where to put him yet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have to figure out what I'm gonna do about that because yeah, as it happens, like right now, Screaming the Shalka is not in this edit because
it wasn't canon until now.
It wasn't canon. And even now, I'm just like, I don't. I mean, maybe.
I come from that soup? Yes. Well, not that soup exactly.
Also, my curtain wants to blow open so badly and then, like, bathe me in washed out lights.
Oh, no.
I'm trying to keep it from doing that. Since I know that I'm on camera now.
I have a window here, so I was like, you're not going to see any of my features, which also means you don't see any of the zits I currently have.
I'm so animated when I talk that my watch registered me having stood, even though I was definitely sitting down. But I think as I was doing this and like moving on.
You've thrown the dice once, you don't get a second throw.
I am so sorry for the audio wave that Becca has to edit because I've been screaming this whole time.
Look, I mean, Mandy, one of the reasons I love having you as my co-host on this podcast is your passion, and nothing can ever take that away. Not even audio compression.
Not even me asking you to.
Episode 13. 5 seconds of hide.
We are going to activate someone Winter Soldier style if we keep saying things like
the average
this.
size of a dragonfly is 1 to 4 inches in length.
I think we have a real opportunity here for a what color is the dress moment for this podcast.
Ooh. Hashtag what size is the dragonfly?
It took him like a billion years to get that hot suit off because like you gotta wait for it to cool down.
Yeah, it's gotta cool down. There's probably a very complicated like zipper in the back that it just like takes him a while to get off. Or whatever.
I think that's why the Doctor does travel with a companion, so there's always someone to do me up. The Doctor takes a picture of a bug. This is, hey Clara, let's go play Pokemon Snap.
You know, that Pokemon, a regular dragonfly.
Yeah, well, it's pre-Gen 1 because it's so far in the past. You know, it's going to take them a long time to start, looking different and being able to say their own names. This is Protomon. They probably filmed this in like the gardening section of like a home supply store because it's so short. It's like, do we really have to build a set for this? We're just going to CG in a bug. Did I derail things even before we began?
Yes, which is honestly a great sign.
Yeah, the goal of this, because you see, we have like 12 seconds to talk about. Derailing is the point.
Yeah. Bye. See you later. Don't get us.
I'm thinking about, is that the title of this podcast episode? And then I'm thinking about how would you spell that? Is it USSED or is it US''D or is it something else?
US-ED.
Okay. Great.
Don't get used.
Don't get used. Don't get used.
Maybe it is US''D. We'll give it like the Star Trek, sort of spelling.
It's probably quotation marks I have to put around us somehow too.
Yeah, I think it, and you can't, I don't think that you can italicize the title of something in a podcast, but it should be apostrophe, but if not, then just do the quotation marks around it. It's like quotation mark
US, end quotation mark, and then apostrophe D.
Oh no, that's crime.
And then in parentheses after that, like the movie Us.
Yeah.
We definitely know what that movie was about. It was about fuck fun houses. Don't go in those. They suck.
They're the worst. Everyone looks the same and talks over each
Get
other.
out of a fun house.
A Funhouse Full of Dragonflies, the new young A novel by Mandy Oquendo.
It's 1 page long, and in 72-point font, it just says the word nope.
That's another Jordan Peele movie.
There you go. We made it. We brought it full circle.
Episode 14. 2.5 minutes of Space Babies.
Eventually, we're going to get to the point where we're going to have to start inserting episodes into previous segments of the podcast because of where they land or something.
I think if that happens, you have to start over.
And in England, they had dragonflies, and in America, they had butterflies.
That's true.
That's true. All of the great myths from England are about slaying dragons, and everything in America involves butter.
With butter.
Yeah.
This is... Wow. We are an insightful bunch. And just all the listeners just immediately zoned out. It's like I'm on a first date right now.
Whenever the lizard Ruby thinks about her parents, Jingle Bell Rock plays very ominously.
And it begins to hail.
Yeah.
When does Ashton Kutcher become relevant to this
Never.
episode?
Oh, sorry.
Why are you concerned about butterflies? Don't mess with butterflies. What are you worried about? And then he was like, hey, the whole time you had a butterfly button. The whole time. So like you're mocking her when you know that it's important that we have a butterfly button and you forgot to do it.
So the park where I've been walking Leia every day, some days there is outdoor yoga, and if I time it just right, I walk past them when they're all doing the downward dog, and it looks like everyone's bowing towards me, and like I get it. I get the appeal of that.
Yeah.
Doctor,
But...
if you have made an incorrect accusation, I will have to kill you.
No.
Oh no.
I'm dead now.
Like, you can't die. I can't do this on my own.
Don't you give us the butterfly effect ending. Don't you do it.
If you do this, it's becoming a Coyote Ugly podcast. Every week we watch Coyote Ugly.
In the proper order, though, right?
Yeah.
Which is just watching the movie straight from beginning to end. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. As long as it's in the proper order. I don't care what this podcast is.
Stitches in Time, the podcast where Mandy shows people Coyote Ugly. In the proper order.
One clip at a time.
I have to insist that the title of this podcast remains Stitches in Time, a Doctor Who podcast, but you can talk about whatever you want.
We'll also sometimes watch Batman Beyond.
That sounds great. You have to watch Batman Beyond after Coyote Ugly because it takes place in the future. So.
Oh, very true.
Yeah. See? This is... Okay, you're right. I can't die. I have to be the person who enforces the law out here.
Episode 15. 3.5 minutes of The Hand of Fear, Part 1.
A bunch of people are dressed like Kenny from South Park.
Yeah, no, it's as if someone said sleeping bags, but make it fashion.
Does this mean that you and Mandy now have to fight to the death?
Oh no, she'll destroy me. It's not even gonna be a fight. It's just gonna be a beat ass. That's all it's gonna be.
Weird kid, but also didn't know I was trans, so made a lot of weird choices back then, like be a boy.
It's a bad choice.
It's a bad idea. Dan, transition.
I mean, if in my heart that were the case.
This gay agenda is really not taking off.
Yeah, you keep trying to get me with your ways. And this, kids, is why you don't become a professional actor.
That's true. Be a writer.
So just say no to acting.
If someone offers you an acting job, just
Not even once.
Oh no, I broke down.
Nothing could break me at this point.
Heads up, Ben has to grab some stuff. They're about to head out.
Hi, Ben.
So,
Hi, Ben. I know you can't hear us, but hi.
Be loud for a minute. Sorry, everyone.
So I'll just be quiet. I will not say things if you want to keep being part of the conversation.
Andrade, the traitor, destroyer of the barriers, sentenced to obliteration.
In the time that it took to have this conversation, one
I'm
plane went away and another one came.
Oh, Jesus. It's okay. Soon I'll be moving closer to Ben and Mandy, so that we'll have to pause for all the same planes.
Okay. Did you find like an actual? Are you like confirming a place? Or you?
I'm waiting for the application to go through. So
like where? How much closer?
I'm like right next.
Okay. Well, now that we've officially doxed Becca.
Carry out new orders. Affirmative.
And once again, if you are interested in loving Dan Peck, please send your email to joebiden@comcast.net. Once again, that is joebiden@comcast.net. To having a take where I don't laugh in the middle to ruin the joke.
I mean, I love hearing you laugh. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is.
I realize whenever you do a cut and it was like, oh, that would have been a better bit if I hadn't A, been interrupting somebody else in the middle of it, and B, had actually been able to do it with a straight face.
Episode 16. 1 hour of time flight.
It was like foreshadowing almost. You're like, oh no, the green screen. What's going to happen?
No, Tegan. Look at the outline of your body against the background. You see that slight green tint to it. I suspect we're not really at Heathrow Airport.
He said something like about the hypnotized airport workers that this was probably the first day of real work they've done in their lives or something. And I was like, you're an academic.
Remember the doctor? Remember the time travel? Remember the fact that we flew here and landed in prehistoric times and that insane thing where there were like alien gloops and globs taking people over and everyone was hallucinating? And like we saw Heathrow Airport, but it wasn't Heathrow Airport and we somehow traveled back 140 million years in time? Remember that? No. Remember the sexy flight attendant? The Australian accent? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait, yeah. Where's she? Who's she? Where's, did she say my name? Did she talk about me?
Did she say anything to you? Oh my God. They go from not knowing anything about the doctor and being vaguely suspicious to being like, that's my best friend. And if you say anything about him, I'll kick your ass. And like, in like 2 seconds.
I will have you know, I have known this man for over 90 minutes and I will fight you to the death.
I should probably be recording the audio at this point.
Oh yeah, if you want to do that. Mm-hmm. Like I'm all for having just like fun hangout times with friends, but also like recording is not.
You can record the podcast for your podcast if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Concentrate. It's the only way to fight it and find out where we really are.
But we're at Heathrow.
Oh, you think you're at Heathrow. So did I. Well, almost up to a moment ago.
One of our cats, his favorite place to sit is right behind the monitor. Partly because I have my desk by the window, and so that then he can look out the window and stuff, but he likes to just lay by it. But occasionally does just like kick the monitor so it suddenly goes much closer to me. So if that happens, it's because there's a man there.
Go back, Tegan, or you will destroy me.
It's only imagination. It's the only power Khalid has left to stop us.
If you advance, you will kill me, Nissa.
I've got another plane.
Oh no, not a plane.
It's past me, so it's going to Becca next.
Yeah. I've noticed the moment that it's loudest above me is when Mandy starts talking, which is really wild.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
I don't understand.
No, Doctor, you never do understand. You never do.
I have a plane now. Hang on.
Oh, no.
Fucking planes. It's because we're doing an airplane episode of the podcast.
This is why.
That's why we're having.
This is why.
Episode 17. 7 minutes of Tales of the TARDIS, Vengeance on Varos.
They're both older
Yeah.
than they were when they, although it is weird that this is the first time we're seeing either of them. Mandy, has anyone ever told you that you're a disgusting old man?
Many people on the internet.
Great. This past year was also the year at Gallifrey where I played Jamie McGlynn in the Game of Rassilon holiday special thing that they did.
Yeah, so if he does get canceled, we know who can replace him.
Yeah, it's perfect. Me and my flawless Scottish accent.
Perry and the Doctor take ayahuasca and they see the future.
Yeah. But we
first...
we as the viewer are not taking ayahuasca, so that's why we're not seeing the future.
Yeah.
He's so angry about it all the time. He's always like, these are stupid human beings and their stupid stuff.
He really radiates the energy of somebody who is gay, not because they like men, but because they hate women.
To everybody who I have a crush on out there listening to this podcast, stop it. Stop. What are you doing?
I really thought that you were going to be like, to everyone I have a crush on, you better not fuck this up for me. So many of you let me down. You better not do it this time.
Just ask me out or whatever. It's totally fine.
Episode 18. 51 seconds of The Witch's Familiar.
I do like that they at least put some of the budget into the location wherever they were. I'm sure they just found a castle somewhere and are just like, stairs. Because they've got castles.
That's the thing.
Over there.
I feel like it's pretty cheap to just find some cool 400-year-old stairs in England in a way that it is not here.
Yeah, they could have shot this during Heaven Sent for all we know.
That's probably Stephen Moffat's house.
Yes, also true. Yeah.
He's got a little watchy guy.
Yes.
He's got
he went to McDonald's and got the Happy Meal toy for Spy Kids 3, and he's wearing that now.
I will say the longest single clip in the entire stretch of the show is Torchwood Miracle Day. Because it's like...
I know that what she means Capaldi because he has the most eyebrows, but she didn't say the one with the most eyebrows. She just said with eyebrows. So that's just everyone but Matt Smith.
Well, it would really give the ghost away if she was like, well, give us the incumbent actor currently playing the role of Doctor Who, please.
This is the podcast for big floofs.
Looking at a cat. Ooh, hello.
Yeah, I don't know what he thought he was doing. He's not our special guest.
Oh, I disagree.
Michael Nixon, our only slightly less special than our regular special guest.
Michael Nixon, the cat summoner.
That both of those are true. Yeah.
He's traveling by teleporter.
Okay, I have my food off to the side, and that is what this boy is after. So I'm gonna take care of that, and we can continue doing a podcast.
My cat is also doing some crazy shit, but she's doing it off camera, which is very nice of her.
Now I feel like I'm missing out.
She's just up on two legs, looking behind a speaker, living. I don't know.
Unfortunately, his teleporter is out of power.
Yeah, I really gotta love, and I'm gonna have to say it in a minute because one of the cats has decided that he wants to beat his litter box. I don't even think he's shatting it. I think he's just kicking it to bother me. So really, Michael, I do think that you are the cat summoner, because they're normally not like this.
Hey, chill out. Relax. That usually works.
Oh, it's DiGiorno. It's because he has anxiety poops.
Oh. He's got
He's
a delivery.
He's really weird about needing to, like, make sure everything is hidden.
Also unfortunate, he's being stalked by, say, about 50 android assassins.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
That's not this. 51 seconds. Thank you, Becca.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mandy.
I helped.
Thanks, DiGiorno.
He finally finished pooping.
Good
for him.
What a good boy.
50 invisible, indestructible android assassins.
Sorry, I'm having to bother my cat until he stops trying to be near me. I just have to hold him weird, and then he stops being near me.
This is the one advantage of my lady cat, is that she's extremely territorial, so she just sort of sits out of arm's reach of me at all times, just sort of looking at me like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm here, you're here, I know.
I acknowledge your existence, and it continues purely by my permission.
My old cat, too, Robocops, was like that.
Oh. My lady cat Eddie has reached a new phase of gremlinhood where she even sort of shouts in her sleep. So she'll just sort of be like sleeping on the ground and still go like, yeah, at me. I'm like, she's dreaming of hating me. It's incredible.
Amazing.
Chester has figured out that clawing at my butt and feet wakes me up, and he's really hopeful I'll get food for him.
Mm-hmm. That's my first cat, named William Hartnell, funny enough. His method of waking me up in the morning was he would get really, really close to my ear right while I was sleeping, and then he'd go, right in my... Oh! Oh my god! And that was, yeah.
Chester just bites my ass.
Okay, that is, I guess, worse. Yeah, it's worse. Mm-hmm. You raise some interesting points.
And then he'll do it right at the time that, like, my alarm is going off anyway. And it's like, well, now I don't want to get up because I'm reinforcing the behavior.
I don't like that. You can't, like, negatively reinforce. I do, in fact, have to wake up now. Yeah, it's not good. There has to be some way to tell a cat, I'm not doing this because of you. I'm doing it in spite of you. I want to...
Yeah.
There just isn't yet. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The doctor then, surrounded, outnumbered, outgunned, and freeze.
I want to get a dog. That was an unrelated thought.
Disgusting.
I'm sorry.
I thought we were friends, but I don't know. Man.
Apparently not. Yeah, now I'm going to have to beg you to come back onto this podcast. The tables have turned.
There has been an arc. We did it.
We did it.
Episode 35, which is supposed to be in this place because we had to go back and record it. 5 minutes of joy to the world.
A wonderful human being named Ben Paddon.
Hi, how you doing?
Who has stepped in as producer and nemesis of the show, which I can only assume means that they're trying to sabotage...
Destroy you from within, yeah. I mean, although in fairness, the last 12 years of your Premiere Pro editing experience has done most of that work for me. You are already the collapsed ruins of a human person.
I'm a very intimidating person to talk to.
Well, he would be too attracted and you'd forget why he was there.
That's true. I forgot he's straight. I forgot straight people exist.
Ncuti Gatwa. We know two things about him. He likes looking at dinosaurs, and he likes berating women. He takes blonde women in cardigans to the past and then berates them.
just Googled it because your question about dino breath got me thinking. So yeah, dinosaurs went extinct around 65 million BC, and then dentine ice was not around until 1997. So that's
they just missed it. They just missed it.
Yeah. Ben, here's the thing: you can't just audition for a role and then immediately say, "I don't want that role," because that's what you just did. I want that to be super clear.
Have you not met Joaquin Phoenix?
Have you met Joaquin Phoenix?
He bailed on a film 2 weeks before production was supposed to start, and it was his idea.
Wow.
And the whole production had to be scrapped. Like, they're not even mounting it. Like, there were people who had, relocated to film and were waiting for production to spin up. And he was like, nah, I don't want to play a gay man.
Weird. And so you think that's a good thing, that's an acceptable thing to do as a human being and a person?
Yeah, I saw The Joker. That's what that movie's about. Just listen to Joaquin Phoenix. Whatever he says, good on him.
Worked for Lady Gaga, it'll work for me.
Oh, you're saying that if I listen to Joaquin Phoenix, I can be Lady Gaga? Oh no!
There's a plane now.
There's a plane. I was gonna do a joke. Welcome to Stitches in Time right there, but there was a plane, so I couldn't. And we should do room tone and stuff anyway.
Oh yeah. I hope any of this is usable.
You always do 10 minutes of podcast content before doing any room tone, right?
Yeah,
it's closer to 4, but yeah, I get it. I get it.
Very little gets cut. That's all I'm gonna say. If we record for 30 minutes, that episode is going to be about 28 minutes long.
I can never be home on Christmas Day, and I can never be with anyone on Christmas Day because I let her down.
Marty, I'm a dinosaur. You got to come back to the past with me.
Why?
It's your ancestors, Marty. Something's got to be done about your ancestors.
All of them.
No time to explain. Jennifer can come too.
Why?
So I can knock her out and leave her unconscious in an alley.
I'm sure that's fine. Let's do it.
Even when they're gone, they never stop saving us.
I look forward to editing your podcast into chronological order. Putting all of the outtakes back in the original places. Putting this episode in the right spot. I'm going to call it Stitches in Time in Time.
Yeah, but then as you do that project, this podcast is still going to be going, and so we're going to record things that are going to be out of order for you, and so somebody else will have to do a Stitches in Time and Time and Time.
We're starting to sound like Dick Van Dyke singing in Mary Poppins. Let's actually get on with the show.
Why did you do that? I'm sorry. Yeah. Made you angry. To wake you up.
Boy, can't wait to find out the outcome of this year's election in 2 months.
I mean, I think we all know how it's gonna go. I think Kamala got this in the bag.
Shoo-in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you change candidates at the last minute. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
I still have hope in my mom. For
your
the
mom
election.
is obviously your mom is Kamala Harris. That's why.
Oh, okay. I was confused about that, but that's canon now. Mandy's mom is Kamala Harris.
Oh no, that's bad.
Actually, I hope she doesn't win, only because if you become, if you have to move to the White House and be a politician's daughter and stuff, I feel like you're gonna have less time for this podcast. So.
Actually,
yeah, I'll tell her just not to just throw
maybe
it.
Maybe I'll vote for the other guy, whatever his name is.
RFK Jr.
Oh,
no, I think that
this is too bad. This is awful.
Actually, the real reason why you can't do a podcast from the White House is the Wi-Fi is terrible. They have Spectrum. It's not good.
I believe that.
Wherever there's a corporation, there is PR. They just can't stop themselves. Evil must logo.
We all have planes. Our planes are going to be even closer.
We're going to have the same plane at the same time.
And sometimes it's not going to be a plane. It's going to be like a leaf blower. Or the same guy yelling.
Listeners, Ben and Mandy already live within walking distance of me, and they are moving even closer.
It's going to be great. Well, basically, what we'll be able to do is set up sticks on the roofs of our respective buildings and just yell, and that will be the podcast going forward.
Yeah. I was telling Mandy earlier we should just like set up cups with string and like throw them to each other's mouth.
We should just get little walkie-talkies.
It has to be better than our current audio quality, right? It's better than this little snowball.
I wasn't suggesting that to record on, but maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Overgard Q&A activated. Overgard is engaged in the creation of a customizable energy source.
A lady I haven't seen before from Bridgerton. I've seen her in I haven't seen her in The Stitches yet.
She's from Bridger Times.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, listener. Becca has on the screen behind her rolling footage of just dinosaur stuff, and it is occasionally showing footage from, I think, a Jurassic Park video game. And I just looked up and I saw this Jeep, and it looked like it was coming straight at her. And I had this moment where I realized, oh, this is what it must have felt like to be one of those Victorian families getting TV for the first time, thinking they were going to be hit by the train.
The people that are waiting, train arriving in a station. Yeah.
If a star seed goes boom anywhere on Earth at any point in history, it will burn every living thing.
Do you think our local airport is just like, well, they recorded a podcast, let's land every plane at once, down they go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, I think that the air traffic controller is Christopher Eccleston. I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
I've decided that's your Christopher Eccleston voice after Lemar decided that.
Wait, has that
Christopher
happened yet?
Eccleston was. Yeah, I believe so.
No, our friend Lemar, who will be coming onto the show soon.
Damn.
This is more tangled than when you and Michael pretended to record episodes out of sequence. Because you're having to, like, do that. Like, trying to maintain the kayfabe for the remainder of time is, I'm going to say this, going to be difficult.
Ben, I'm going to schedule an appointment with your doctor for you tomorrow, because I think you need to see someone, because these delusions are really scaring me. I don't know why you're talking like this. Everything is fine. It's September. That's why I'm wearing my September sweater.
You wear tigers in September. You wear lions in October, cheetahs in November, and then ocelots in Santa hats in December. Any questions? Yes, you at the back?
I'm glad you remember, but I'm worried about you.
Everyone should have a Christmas ocelot. Merry Christmas from the Christmas ocelot. Everyone knows that jaunty Christmas song.
Mm-hmm. Overgard respects the collateral sacrifice made by all participating innocent life forms.
There's always milk in the banana stand.
There's always milk, and there's always a girl, and there's always a milk house. No Bioshock? Nobody? Okay, cool.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm a bad nerd.
Well, you're not a bad nerd, because you spent 12 years of your life meticulously editing all of Doctor Who into chronological order. When this podcast is 1 year old, are you going to update that to 13 years of your life?
Absolutely.
When do you hit the 13-year mark?
May 15th-ish. We basically hit the. I don't remember exactly when I started this project, because it just kind of like,
you kind of woke up in a fugue state to a Premiere Pro project.
You were 7 hours in. No one had heard from you for a month.
Your family, you came to at a wellness check. Someone had been sent to your apartment.
Yeah,
to make sure you were okay.
It was so weird.
I had a flashlight in your eyes.
Look, in 2012, I passed out and I woke up. I was like, I woke up this year and I was like, oh gosh, all right, I'm divorced from my girlfriend at the time. Wait, hang on, that can't be right. And I live in Los Angeles now? What? How?
And I was outside your door, and that's how this podcast started.
Where the fuck did these tits come from?
You'd think that would have been my first question, but somehow I was just like, nah,
it's pretty far down the list. Like, obviously you got banging tits now, that's a given, but like,
this seems natural and good, and I won't question it.
I don't even remember buying an Adobe Creative Cloud subscription.
I don't even know how to edit.
Where did this second monitor with a spreadsheet of time codes come from?
So why is May, you said May 15th, why do you put that as the date?
Oh, just because that's when our podcast started, and I feel like that's as good a date as any. Because we started this podcast to coincide with the shooty, with the release of Space Babies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We got to do something to celebrate. And I don't know what that is beyond we end up watching a lot of this for people.
I was thinking maybe it might be fun to do kind of like once we've done like a year's worth of podcast, maybe doing like a little retrospective of like a year in review kind of thing.
Clip show.
Yeah, clip show. Exactly. We'll do a clip show, but all of the clips will be newly recorded clips that we're coming up with in the moment based on what the current edit is.
Again. We do new episodes and we get clips from those episodes.
We're gonna re-record all of the episodes that take place after this Joy to the World that we're inserting into.
We're gonna fix the timeline.
And you don't have enough time, nowhere near enough time to grow a star.
Doctor. My love, I spent a lot of this episode trying to gaslight you and make you believe that your brain had shattered. But actually, 'twas mine brain shattered. Because it does a lot.
I'm gonna get through this.
Anyway.
Also, Better Man is a good movie. Just go see it. Stop being, hey America, stop being up your own butts about whether or not you care about Robbie Williams or not, and just go see a good movie.
Is it a good movie?
Yeah, it's a really good movie.
Becca, can I tell you the best part of Better Man? Actually,
Please.
there's two best parts. There's objectively the best part, and then there's the Mandy best part. Objectively, the best part is there's a point at which the band Oasis is on screen, and the way that you know that the band Oasis is on screen is that they're at a party, and there's a guy with an acoustic guitar playing Wonderwall, and then the narration says, "That's Oasis."
It's good.
Amazing.
The other bit, my personal bit, was so there is a whole scheme where the monkey has depression, and the way that they convey his depression is that whenever he performs, he sees a version of himself in the audience, and the version of himself in the audience is just like, "Hey man, kill yourself," and that just repeats, and it gets to a point where there's like multiple of them in the audience, and one of them has no skin. One of them just doesn't have any skin, and they don't really explain it, but I was like, oh, this is understandable, because when I was a child, I had frequent anxiety nightmares about the no-skin man. And the no-skin man was just a man with no skin, and he'd typically just be like in my dream, and nobody would be reacting to the no-skin man, but I would always be like super worried and super frightened by the no-skin man, just like being in the grocery store or out in public. So I definitely understood this. It's like, okay, this is like a metaphor for anxiety. And I told Ben this of like, oh, wow, I've never seen my anxiety kind of showcased in a movie like this. And Ben is like, no, that's a specific reference to a music video that Robbie Williams did one time where he took his skin off. He took his skin off, and then I checked the dates. And Becca, I think Robbie Williams is the no-skin man. I think I saw that as a child, and I just had nightmares about it. Twice a year for 20 years.
I'm so sorry. I liked Wicked.
You're right. Better Man was a wicked movie. It was well wicked. It was really good. I saw an interview with Robbie Williams. I saw a clip of it on TikTok where Robbie Williams said, like, I really thought we were a shoo-in for all the musical awards, and I forgot Wicked was a thing that existed.
Wicked was so good. I saw it 3 times in theaters. I think it's the only movie I've ever seen that many times in theaters.
I thought you were going to say, I think it's the only movie I've ever seen. I've forgotten all other movies.
So I think it's the only movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Aside from the 1996 Doctor Who movie, I think Wicked might be the only movie I've ever
Oh,
seen.
glad. Otherwise, that was going to be a big surprise to both of us whenever that episode goes.
Yeah,
in
for real.
45 years.
Episode 19. 2 minutes of Earthshock Part 4.
I'm bringing a whole new attitude. It's a whole new Michael. Very similar to the previous Michael, but
It's
still.
new.
Improved?
It's a tenant regeneration.
Yes.
It's new,
Yep.
but it's pretty much the same.
Because I feel like there are people who love Adric and were sad when he died, and people like
No.
Michael Nixon.
I'm going to stop you right there. Can you prove that?
If there are any Adric fans, let us know in the comments.
Becca, it seems like you're really wanting the static video of him staring as math problems are just on the screen.
They didn't have the technology for that back then. They couldn't have done that.
You know what I would have preferred is literally anything. Just anything. Have him say a number.
The thing that's really missing from Earthshock Part 4 is Adric going, carry the 1. Like, that's the thing.
It is weird that there are more dinosaurs in Doctor Who after they go extinct than before they go extinct.
And more often than not, it's like a visual signifier that something's gone wrong, rather than, yay, some dinosaurs survived. Very rarely are people jazzed about it in Doctor Who. Every time they're like, oh! There's never a scientist who's like, this is going to be the best 5 years of my life.
There's big hunks of chicken in it, so I was like, I'm not surprised that he's going for it. And I just watched Chester and DiGiorno sit and fight over a piece of broccoli.
Oh, cats love broccoli. They do. They love it. I don't
Do
know
they?
why. They do. They love steamed broccoli. They go nuts for it. Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay for them.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah, I had to covertly, I think while you were talking about how you got into Doctor Who, I was like, will this kill my cat?
I'm pretty sure no.
Yeah, it was
and I
good.
think it makes them feel like they're eating a tree. Like they feel big.
Yeah.
The same reason I like eating broccoli. I feel like I'm eating a tree. I feel massive. I feel awesome every time I eat a single piece of broccoli.
There is still time to crack this last logic
There
code.
isn't. Come on. It's only a few minutes before we enter Earth's gravitational pull.
You've done all you can, Edric.
I can crack this code.
Just sending memes to each other, except it's yourself. That's the good stuff.
I think that's called having a Tumblr.
Oh, I should get back on. No. Nuh-uh.
It's a better time now. Everyone's old.
Oh, you're winning me over.
It's a lot of memes about filing your taxes.
Oh, okay. I'm already restarting my account. This is what's happening.
Episode 20. 4 minutes of time crash.
Mocking his celery, mocking his hair, mocking his face.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mandy, that's called negging. And back in the 2000s, that was how men communicated, unfortunately. Hello, I'm back. And just to flummox Becca, this is actually my first appearance on the show.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Are we recording these out of order? You have to tell us or it's entrapment.
At what point will they make a charity special with Peter Davidson and Peter Capaldi and just call it Pete and Pete?
I think we missed the window on that one.
The Adventures of Pete and Pete.
It would be amazing if that was the thing that got Peter Capaldi to be like, you know what? I'll do it one more time.
Yeah.
See, this is why I don't like time travel. It's too complicated. Just put everything in the right order the first time. It's not that hard. It's extremely hard, actually. I spent a lot of my life on this.
Apparently it takes quite a bit of work. It's David Tennant's fault that Adric's dead. It's damn it, David Tennant. You did it again. He's 74 doctors and he killed Adric. This is insane. He has to be stopped. We have to stop this man.
Laser has also given me a fair amount of shit for it. And to be fair, we were still together when we recorded the episode he was on. So he was allowed to give me shit. And if we have him back, it will be interesting to see. Well, we're still on good terms, everyone. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, good.
Everything's
I
fine.
was worried about it.
Yeah. Michael, in your third episode that you're going to record, you might see him walk in the background.
That's going to be very fun for me.
Yeah,
as a thing in the future that I will soon experience. Oh, I regret this bit. I'm so sorry.
No, it's perfect.
Time travel is bad.
Time travel. That's why they say, like, vortex manipulators, like, it's bad for you. It's just like, what they don't say is, like, all time travel is bad for you. Like,
is there something wrong with you?
Oh, there it goes, the frowny face. I remember that one.
I really enjoy seeing Peter Davison's Doctor as written by Russell T. Davies. Of just like, oh, I'm sorry. I'll take that again.
Damn it, I'm mansplaining. Shoot me straight in the fucking head. Just shoot me.
It's mansplaining, not mansplaining.
Kill me like fucking Adric. Leave nothing behind. Not even the Scorpion King.
It really would help if there wasn't some skinny idiot ranting in my face about every single thing that happens to be in front of him.
Oh, okay, sorry. Doctor.
Thank you.
It's the 2 children he needs ago. Anyway.
2 children's in 2. Wait, children is already 2 children's. Children's sounds wrong to me. I'm gonna stop doing this. Children's is. Children's is. Children in need.
That's it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Who are you? Take a look. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
You're. Oh no.
Here it comes. Yeah, I am.
A fan.
Yeah.
What?
I thought we were making a joke of we've talked very little about Time Crash.
That was the joke I was making.
Gag,
yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad that I explained it for us. for the slow people of the audience. Named Mandy.
Episode 21. 5 minutes of the power of the Doctor.
So we see the Master who has taken over the Doctor's body. That's the Doctor's body. He sits down, he starts playing the recorder, and then we just go into his head. As he's sitting there playing the recorder, all this stuff with Jodie is happening in his brain.
So he's just watching it? He's penning a song about it? Hell is other people that also argue through weird time shenanigans.
Hell is yourself. Hell is all the people you used to be sitting around watching you. And judging you for all the choices you've made.
It's not actual Liam Neeson. It is the Doctor that came out, I want to say about mid-2000s. It's when a lot of people say it resurged.
Oh, Christopher Eccleston?
Yeah,
I call him Liam
Neeson.
Yeah, Jason Statham. There we go. Am I wrong? You can tell, I'm not wrong. He's not Liam Neeson, but Jason Statham. He's very tall, Jason Statham-looking Doctor.
I have a very particular set of skills. If you let Rose Tyler out of that alternate universe now, no harm will come to you. But I swear, if you let the walls of the multiverse close behind you and send the Daleks back into the void, I will hunt you down, I will find you, and I will kill you.
I'm so nervous.
You did a good job.
Thank you for lying to me.
Anytime. I mean, what?
Guardians of the Age.
Sorry, why are you not wearing?
I don't do robes.
There's always one.
Lemar, I'm gonna cut out anything that doesn't make you sound like the smartest person alive.
Oh, so I'm just out of this episode. Gotcha.
Episode 22. 8 minutes of Tales of the TARDIS, Earthshock.
Because I do acknowledge that people do time travel in this universe. Right. I'm not interested in time traveling with them, which is why I'm doing this edit. That's probably the best explanation I've ever given of what Stitches in Time is. I just want to dub over all of his lines with just the same line, but me doing a Jason Statham impression.
You know that feeling? They tell you that the Earth is spinning massively, real fast under your feet, but you can't quite believe it because it seems like everything's standing still. I can feel it. I feel it all the time. That's who I am. Now forget me, Rose Tyler.
I do almost never recap what we have actually seen. I just assume that the audience has watched it, despite the fact, why would they do that?
The Doctor's just an isekai every time, and Truck is the Earth exploding. That's all it really is.
There's so much Doctor Who lore that you're correct. Like, technically...
Let's go!
And once again joining us, we have... let's take that again, so I don't say once again 6 times.
You got old. You didn't. Not one line.
Don't get clever.
Oh, there's one. 100.
That's enough.
Also, I have to... I will be right back. You can either continue talking amongst yourselves. I don't think anyone will notice that I'm gone. I'll be real quick.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye! Welcome to the Stitches in Time podcast.
Very nice thing. You know, I'm gonna leave too. Now you have to host this podcast for the rest of the.
Welcome to the Master Was Right podcast, starring Lemar, where we watch Doctor Who in the proper order, so that you know that Time Lord bastard was the problem the entire time. Kidnapping good, respectable Brits for 50 years to do random shenanigans in the universe, while this poor man, Dean the Master, tried to warn all of you of the problems of the Doctor. That's why we call him Doctor Who, because we don't know who he really is. It should be called Doctor What? Doctor, what have you been doing this entire time?
Doctor, what are you hiding?
Doctor, what are you hiding?
Episode 23. 7.5 minutes of Tales of the TARDIS, The Time Meddler.
All of the actors who are supposed to be playing these farmers and peasants and things are still talking with, like, received pronunciation, like, yes, I went to British acting school. I'm a farmer. I move bales of hay for a living. Have you heard of this?
Hello, how do you do? Top of the morning to you. I am a farm man. I'm about to throw the entire Stitches in Time project into disarray, and I think Becca may be about to make a new spreadsheet.
Oh no.
Because in order for Hartnell to be the first Doctor, he would have to be the first Doctor to have appeared on the show.
Oh my gosh.
But he's not.
That's true.
Ben, if you were on the TARDIS, would you have water or milk? Those are the 2 options.
If I have lactate, I would go for the milk. If I don't have lactate, I would go for the milk.
I do want to we don't know what it milked. I want to reiterate, we still don't know what it milked.
The TARDIS is infinite. There could just be a guy back there. Grapple with those implications, Mandy.
I like that you're ending it for us. You have decided that we are done. The guest has decided that we're over.
We do not actually have to end. I was doing a fun goof 'em up bit.
I mean, I'm happy to call it there, because I literally have nothing else to say about Tales of the TARDIS.
When I left the Doctor, I did become a king, you know.
Ben, I believe this episode comes out the same day as episode 1 of Good Chaotic.
Yeehaw.
So where can people find that?
They can't, because they're going to be listening to this.
Right.
And then, so keep listening to this. And then you can listen to, you do still need to listen to this one, though. I need to make that very clear. And you can listen to that afterward.
Good Chaotic can be found in any of your favorite podcatcher applications, if that's the kind of thing that you like to do with your life, is search for podcasts on podcasting apps.
And it's the sort of thing that you should like doing.
Yeah, we're delightful.
After listening to this podcast.
Yeah.
And it's delightful. If you liked the game of Rassilon, and if you're not familiar with the game of Rassilon, we spent 5 seasons playing the Doctor Who role-playing game in the actual play style. If you liked that, it's the same crew, but now we are doing our own thing with our own characters and IP that we own. TM.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I have been hearing little snippets of details about it. I heard the trailer recently, which is very good. I'm really excited to listen to it. And Ben, I hope you will join us next week when we're going to be talking about The Creature from the Pit. Just part 1.
Yay.
And just a small scene.
We're gonna fall in a pit
from it.
Yay!
We're gonna fall in a pit.
Yeah.
It's Parks and Rec. We're gonna watch the first season of Parks and Rec.
What it is Perry and the Sixth Doctor dug the pit to trap people so they can consume their memories. Obviously, that's what happens. That goes without saying.
Troilus and I gave it all up to grow olives in the hills. I'm a farmer now.
You look great on it.
Wish.
No, you do, Vicky.
I am also recording. Actually, you need to adjust the height of the mic stand. Actually, I might need to adjust the gain as well because wow, this is
Ben. I believe it's pronounced height.
Okay. Well, we had a good friendship once. Okay.
But yes, I do remember that helmet. And I remember how hard you kept on trying to prove to me that the TARDIS was a time machine.
And we were talking about the Time Meddler first, right?
Yeah, well, not. We're talking about people talking about.
Right, of course. Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
No, we're doing season 1 of Blake 7. I watched the whole thing this morning. Is that not what we're?
I mean, you can talk about that. We'll be talking about Tales of the TARDIS. And as usual, I just encourage none of us to go on any tangents whatsoever.
Yeah, we can bash this out in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I don't regret one single minute of that. The Doctor was so special.
Mandy, for I mean, this won't help you with Stitches in Time, but for the BBC order, the people, you also have forgotten the other Doctor who has his number in his name, Sylvester McCoy.
Sylvester McCoy.
Sylvester.
Well, it's
anyway.
Will 1M Hartnell.
Oh, you're just replacing the letters in their names with the numbers. It's one Liam Hartnell.
David Tooten.
Patrick Tooten.
Oh, sorry, Patrick Tooten. John Pert 3. Tom Bakeford. Peter Dave E. Fiveson. Peter Dat 5-ison. The V is the 5.
Wouldn't you make the S the 5?
I was going by Roman numerals for the comedy value, but that's also
yeah.
fine. Peter Dave E 5 on is fine also. Colin 6 Acre.
Yeah.
The O in Colin is
yes.
6.
Sylvenon McCoy.
Sylvester.
Sylvester McCoy.
I really like Sylvester.
Paul McGate.
Sure.
Which is also what I said when I saw him in his Night of the Doctor costume for the first time. Oh, Paul McGate.
Christopher Eccleston.
David Tennant.
Matt Smith, but he's got 2 eyes in Smith, and they're both 11.
The ones, yeah.
They're the ones.
Yeah. Peter 12 Paldy. David 14ant. No, sorry, David 14ant comes after Jode 13 Whittaker.
Jode 13iker.
Yeah.
Job 13.
Yes. David 14ant.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Ncuti Gatwa.
Flawless.
There's a 15
Flawless.
in there, just silent.
Yeah.
It's right next to the N.
Yeah. This is before the N.
Oh.
Or he thought it was silent, and then his mom yelled at him, because actually it wasn't silent the whole time.
That was such a funny video.
Yes.
I love that so much.
Which I found to be very relatable, because I also did not know how to pronounce my last name until I was in, like, the 4th grade.
I remember being very proud the day I figured out how to spell my last name. I remember writing it down and being like, yeah.
Ooh.
I was applying for a mortgage, and
Did not get approved.
did not get approved. 5-year-olds can't get mortgages.
Yeah.
It turns out.
I remember being very proud when I wrote down my first name for the first time, but it's not my name anymore.
Yeah. I also didn't know how to spell my middle name for a long time, because it was Caitlin, and it's not spelled at all in the way that I've ever seen Caitlin spelled. I see 2 main ways, and it's neither of those ways.
I'm so curious now. I'm not trying to dox you, Mandy, but I have to know.
I also have to know your social security number and mother's maiden name.
Yeah. So I think the easiest thing is just say it on this podcast, and maybe I'll remember to edit it out. We'll find.
David Tennant.
The Doctor has got to be here somewhere. He's as much a part of the TARDIS as this is.
He's more than that, Stephen. He's part of us.
I feel like that felt relevant when I started saying the sentence, and now it's gone. It's just
Welcome
vanished.
to Stitches in Time.
Yeah.
Relevance is a myth.
Can we edit this episode of the podcast into chronological order?
By when we talk about it, yeah, it's going to be super easy, actually. With the exception of every time that I stick something after the end credits. I'm
going to do a chronological order edit of The Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson, because they would always shoot the cold open after they shot the opening monologue. So it's just switching those two around every time. Problem solved. Boom.
Perfect.
Yeah, easy peasy.
I'm going to edit 24 into chronological order.
Feeling good about yourself?
Never.
No, I understand that.
Why
I
would
100% get that feeling.
Episode 24. 2 minutes of The Creature from the Pit, Part 1.
The only Doctor Who story that Mandy has paid money to purchase is a VHS copy of Tom Baker's first story, Robot.
Wow.
Because I love my wife. I hate Tom Baker, but I love my wife more.
That is good. I'm glad
Robot
that
was the first Doctor Who VHS that I owned as a kid. So when I mentioned that to Mandy was like, I can go on Amazon.com, search, $1 on a VHS copy of Robot. I was not aware that you and Becca had a contract.
Yep, it's binding.
A blood contract. Mostly Becca's blood, which is weird because you're the one who asked Mandy to do the... Oh well. I'm not your lawyer.
My blood's the only blood that works. I don't know. I don't read the Necronomicon, I just enforce it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was actually out of blood at the time.
Does he eat anything? I don't know.
I don't think we ever see him eating. He also does not have any, mouth apparatus.
Are you saying he's never been fed? I think that's every dog, actually. Every pet has never been fed.
The one pet in the cosmos that's never been fed.
And I mentioned it to the girlfriend, and she was like, oh, don't let him hear that. He'll become very upset. And I was like, I love making men upset.
My brain just said, having sex is like riding a bike. I don't know how to ride a bike.
So glad we were rolling on that.
Right, but what can you possibly do with the old jawbone of an ass?
Don't be a Philistine.
What?
That jawbone's been up out a bit, you know.
It was a very nice review, and because of the way that I read it, I was mostly thinking about the fact that when you read things, you're supposed to smile when you read things, so it sounds more upbeat, but I realized that sounded very sarcastic, so I promise I was not mocking you. Please do not be afraid to leave a review for this podcast, because I might mock you, because I'm not. That's just what I sound like.
To receive and send distress signals.
I was never in distress.
What?
Well, not often. I mean, not what you'd call often. Go on.
Plug it in.
Do you know the scene in the original Clerks where they're describing the different types of guests that come in and they talk about the milkmaids who go sit there on the floor in front of the fridge going through all the milks looking for the one with the furthest out expiration date? I have to imagine that happens at a Hot Topic. Like you walk into a Hot Topic and there's someone on the floor like comparing boxes of Funko Pops.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I bet there is.
Yeah.
Don't be that person, listener.
No, just collect them and have fun.
Be better. Be the type of person that leaves a nice review on our podcast and that will read it out 6 months after you leave it.
In definitely not a condescending tone. I'll work on it next time. I am also on this podcast with 2 actors, and they made me read it.
Okay, when you say made, you just found it sooner than I did. And if you don't want to read it,
stop me. Becca, you are a director. Some direction would have been nice.
Funny, smart, adorable, thoughtful, and nerdy. There is no better time than listening to Becca and Mandy talk through Doctor Who. Please never stop making this with 3 exclamation points.
There was a little
Why
bit.
Why were you seducing us?
It was seductive, but it was also as a little Zepp Brannigan.
That is kind of what I was going for, I think.
There's never been a better time to get into this podcast.
Famously not condescending at all. Cap Brannigan.
Episode 25, 19 Seconds of Detained, from Class.
I mean, I knew that this was a long, arduous process. Like, this whole project is big, but that really just kind of broke down how much you had to do, Becca.
Oh, yes.
It's spread out over a couple of minutes, isn't it? At least
90
seconds.
So you're having you're having to edit a couple of minutes just to get these little 19 seconds. And I can't even watch the 19 seconds.
Do you have a till death do us blot style system in place where if one of you dies, there is a replacement? Do you? Because I think, Becca, you got the harder job because you have to find someone to not only be the lead of the podcast and the head of this project, but to sustain the edit.
Ben, what do you think us having all these guests has been for? We're auditioning.
Yeah.
Then there's a Syl spin-off as well, right? Like Syl from Vengeance on Varys gets a...
Syl and the Devil Seeds of Eredor. Yeah.
But
you just had that off the cuff. You just knew the name of that, Becca.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of shame. Podcast listeners, there's a certain amount of shame creeping across Becca's face right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Stitches in Time podcast with me, your host, Wylde Ben Paddon. Joining me are 2 very special guests. No, let's not do that.
Oh my god. You know what oh my god. I wish I'd done this now. We could still go back and do this because I was like, oh, if they could just replace the voice of K9, maybe Ben could just read the intro for that episode. But I would never make you do that because of your deep
beliefs.
Hatred for this podcast. Yeah. Hatriotism. All right, here we go.
I love patriotism.
Did you say you love patriotism? You fucking commie?
Just as a word? That's how
it's maybe the best word I've ever said.
Describe my every 4th of July for me. It's just patriotism.
Welcome to Stitches in Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who the way it was meant to be watched, in chronological order, 1 clip at a time. I looked at Ben, and that was a terrible idea.
Do you say my wife's funny looking?
Okay, I'll be good this time.
Will you? Are you
Probably
ever?
Not. I'll find another way to fuck it up.
I'm just going to close my eyes. Welcome to... No, I can't read what I wrote.
What's the name of the show again? Fuck.
I hate Ben's mom, and I'm going to fuck with her forever.
That was probably Robbie. Actually, Robbie probably did that. I should ask Robbie. Our friend Robbie, who I actually went to high school and college with in the UK and now lives in Portland.
Oh, bragging.
Was the assistant editor on Doctor Who Series 9, Capaldi's second season. And I don't think he was involved in class, but maybe he has some insights, question mark?
So he knows who your mom could yell at, if nothing else.
You can cut this bit out, but Robbie, when you do eventually get to Heaven Sent, any bit of it, because there's so much of it.
Yeah.
Robbie might be someone to talk to.
Amazing. I would love to get him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can make that connection.
I really like that you have the audacity to say something like, this is all going to get cut, when we're talking about a clip that is 19 seconds long and just a bunch of rocks flying through space.
I would also like to point out, I don't just have the Audacity, I'm using Dark Audacity, which is like a night mode build of Audacity, so to record the audio today.
Audacity After Dark.
It just whispers
Audacity.
Fuck at random times.
Fuck. Really difficult to record a family-friendly podcast with.
Thankfully, this is not one of those.
Fuck.
I have a horrible creature that is attacking the window behind me. So 1 second while I get him off so that I can have clean audio.
I think it's fucked
Get him
up
off.
that Mandy has to make our cat orgasm in order to get him to behave.
I mean, he's doing this because he wants to fuck.
But he doesn't know what that is anymore. Cats are weird.
Cats are weird.
Cats are
We didn't take away his balls in time, and so now he still knows what fucking is.
He has the drive.
He's got the drive, but not the dream. That was.
I want a .horse email address. I want pizza.horse and horse.pizza.
Well, now that you've said that on a podcast, you should probably grab those right now.
I have to imagine those are taken. Those are billion-dollar websites now.
Okay, I'm searching for pizza.horse. It's already registered.
Yeah.
Domain.com suggests as a great alternative, toppizzaoutlet.com.
I'm going to visit pizza.horse. Nope, there's no website up there.
I'm checking out now horse.pizza. Horse.pizza is already registered. A great alternative is horsefarmdelivery.com.
Oh, wow. I went to horse.pizza, and it's a GoDaddy thing that says, the domain name horse.pizza is for sale. Buy it now for $811.
How much is in the Patreon?
Let me just check. Negative $811. Wait.
Shit. Hang on. Did you do that Chase money glitch, but for $811?
If I believed such a thing as the Chase money glitch were like an actual money glitch
and not just check fraud, yeah.
I'd like to think that I'd set my sights a little higher than $811.
$850.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's where the money is.
Perfect.
Or isn't, because it's check fraud.
Check fraud. It's the kind of thing you go to prison for. Hey, these rocks are a prison. I don't know.
Hi, I'm Ribbit the Check Frog. Don't do check fraud.
Episode 26. 4 minutes of space and time.
Today we are talking about space and time.
Well, we're always talking about space and time, but what's the episode?
Space and time.
This is like who's on first.
Yeah. It's like, okay, we're gonna do a whole
Doctor Who's on first.
Yeah, Doctor Who's on first.
If I'm on any kind of like reflective surface, I will lose all focus on what I'm supposed to be paying attention on, and I would just be looking at myself.
Right.
Because I have a bird brain, apparently.
I mean, I do that too, but it's more because I'm trans and I'm not quite used to being like, oh, there's a girl in that reflection. Ooh, interesting. I wonder if she will talk to me.
Oh.
The famous line from Homestuck, you're gonna have a baby and the baby is you.
Wow.
And the baby is you. Sorry.
The stakes are kind of difficult when it's always the end of the world and there's always a button that will fix it.
And honestly, never is that more apparent than in the Stitches in Time edit, where it's just like, yeah, stuff's going on, and all of a sudden you get to like 2005 to 2020, and it's like, man, the world's ending like every 6 months. What is going on here?
I look frozen from where I am.
You look frozen from where we are as well.
What's happening?
Yes.
I can hear and see a picture of myself. Why?
Yes. We can hear you.
As Frozen pictures go, it's not a bad one.
I mean, I appreciate that.
Your eyes are open. It's a good.
Yeah. You really lucked out on that one.
No. Why do I get slapped? Because we have to stick to the established chain of events. One mistake and the whole timeline could collapse. We'll end up with 2 Amy Ponds forever. And then what would you do?
I'm gonna double up for a second. I'm gonna be Amy right now.
Amazing. We'll film.
Are you gonna smooch yourself, or you just got to give yourself bedroom eyes?
I think I'm good. Let me sign out from the phone. This is
Bye, phone.
This is why I'm doing it. Okay.
There we go.
Yay! Okay.
Hi.
Hey. So 5 minutes ago, me, die. Her phone was gonna die. Her phone was gonna die. So I'm here now.
So you hit the wibbly lever, and now you're here.
Episode 27. 2 minutes of Doctors Assemble.
If Zoom still exists in 5 to 10 years, I will be genuinely shocked. But I also thought the same thing about Skype, which has been on life support since Microsoft bought it from eBay. That is to say, eBay used to own Skype, and then they sold. I'm not saying that Microsoft went on eBay, typed in.
I don't know how this purchase was made. Do you know this wasn't how it was made?
That's all how all corporations.
I think there was an auction, and Microsoft did a buy it now for $275.
The Doctor, Amy, and Rory were all stuck in the TARDIS because the TARDIS was inside of itself, and then they had to go out of the TARDIS, and they hit the wibbly lever, and I guess the wibbly lever started a Zoom call.
Yeah.
In a different TARDIS, elsewhere in time and space.
And then I consulted my spreadsheet and wrote some macros, and
Google has said you can't use Google Sheets anymore because they find what you are doing abhorrent and, in their words, against God. Well, what a baffling podcast you have. At least Star Wars Minute makes sense.
And thank you again to Zoom for bringing this episode to us, for bringing the concept of the lockdown special and how we make this podcast. My life was better before I knew you. Zoom!
Zoom, we engineered the pandemic to make money. Zoom, a subsidiary of the Umbrella Corporation. Zoom, as featured in the Doctor Who episode Praxeus. Zoom, as featured in the Doctor Who episode The Pyramid at the End of the World. Zoom, we dissolved a guy in a lab. Ooh. Business rates start at just $45 a month.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye-bye.
Zoom, you know that bit in Trial of a Time Lord where Syl wants to put his boss's brain inside Perry's head? That was kind of fucked up, right? Anyway, you need us. You need us.
New doctor, new phone. Who dis? Whoa.
I went to see a play. I actually have seen 2 plays since last recording session. I went to see Cyrano de Bergerac.
It's been 2 days.
I know.
2 plays in 2 days.
2 plays in 2 days, baby.
It's almost like you like plays or something.
I know, I'm a real play slut. I saw Cyrano de Bergerac at the Pasadena Playhouse, and the guy who plays Cyrano played one of Richard Nixon's Secret Service agents in Doctor Who.
No.
Yeah. And he was very good.
What's a hashtag?
Are you joking?
So, what do we do?
I'm Becca, the Matrix Archivist, and I spent the last 12 years of my life meticulously editing I have a plane. Hang on. I mean,
I've spent the last 12 years of my life meticulously editing a plane.
Meticulously flying a plane. Help. I just don't know how to land.
We're almost out of fuel.
Young man, what are you doing in my TARDIS, eh? And what is the meaning of that outfit?
I just wanted to fix an extra button onto your console.
I'd implied that you had died, and I was gonna do the outgoing blurb that you read over the end credit music. I was trying to bullshit it off the top of my head, and I couldn't remember what most of it was.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Episode 28. 4 seconds of The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death.
Susan Twist plays Slugma, which is the name of the robot.
Cousin of Ligma.
Slugma balls. No. I'm sorry. I don't know. I really didn't want to say that, but it just happened anyway.
She's very chatty at whatever her word du jour is, and today it's mommy.
Yeah. We all know how to say ma. You're not special.
Wibbly wobbly, etc.
Wibbly wobbly, but time is just a straight line that goes from beginning to end with no hopping back and forth between.
Exactly. There's no timey wimey in this podcast.
Damn straight.
Did they plan something else for it? And then that ended up not working out, but they had done the makeup test for it already. It's like, well, we have the makeup.
But, like, not for an episode we haven't seen. If they were just like, okay, so this is what we're thinking for the hiker from 73 yards. And it's like, why does she have a bionic eye? She's just supposed to be a person. She's just supposed to be a human woman. Like,
look, I came up with this.
She had a really bad hike.
Oh, hell yeah. I like that, Mandy. Is it okay if I swear in front of your baby? We're allowed to swear on the podcast, but I wasn't sure if that was okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Great. Then this episode is going to be ribbled.
I mean, I've managed not to talk about Castrovalva, and I will do my best to continue not talking about Castrovalva while there's a baby here.
I don't know what it is, but she's too little to understand any of it.
Great.
Currently putting buckets in other buckets, so I think we're okay.
Perfect.
Metal eyes.
Dead. Okay. I gotta say, this is unrelated to anything, but how the hell do single mothers not have $1 billion handed to them along with a spa subscription? That's not the right word. I have a very loving, attentive partner who I can say, take your child. How I feel like I just want to, like, single mothers deserve everything. Anyway, I don't know how they do it. Because I'm exhausted and I have someone. Like, how do they do that? They deserve an award.
I agree.
Yeah. The answer is because America doesn't care about people.
That is the answer.
Oh,
the answer as to why.
Oh, absolutely. After I gave birth, I was like, everyone pretends this is normal. Everyone who gives birth deserves $1 billion. Like, that was not okay. Like, the fact that it's normalized to just be like, oh, yeah, okay, bye, have fun being a mom after that. I looked up in the midst of my, like, postpartum crazy. I looked up moving to Sweden. I looked up moving to Finland. I looked at basically anywhere Nordic because the way that they treat parents, not just mothers, they is so much more humane than America. America, you churn them out and you push them and then on your own, and it's bonkers. It is bonkers. Anyway, that's not what this podcast is about.
It is. I mean, it sort of is.
I mean, this podcast definitely is about let's go on a tangent to try to stretch out these 4 seconds of content that we have.
Yeah.
Episode 29. An hour of an unearthly child / the tribe of gum / the forest of fear / the fire maker.
From what I know about humans who live in northern Africa, quite a lot more melanin than was happening in this particular scenario. So yeah.
In fairness, they had also never heard of kindness or compassion, and that does seem like a white people thing.
That's a very good point.
I do want that version of the show where just Ian Chesterton picks himself up off the floor every episode and be like, where the hell am I today?
Yeah.
It's just it's pre-Quantum Leap. He's in the same body. He does not know where he is. He hopes that this concussion will be the concussion that brings him home.
I know that you played the Doctor Who role-playing game at WhoCon, right? And Mandy, did you end up playing the Doctor? Because I heard who your Doctor choice was, and I want to hear how that went if you did.
No, so my Doctor choice had been the first Doctor, if only because I don't feel comfortable playing the Doctor, and he also seems to not feel comfortable playing the Doctor.
I also really like the idea of introducing somebody with the 5 doctors, and somebody just goes, that Richard Hurndall is my favorite. Is he?
Well, luckily, Becca, no one has ever said that, so that won't be.
I really want to see more Richard Hurndall episodes.
If they say that, you kill them immediately because they're that thing from The Thing. They're the titular thing.
Once I can hear the dark thoughts again, that's when we've had enough room tones.
I had the absolute worst case of the giggles yesterday during the room tones for Good Chaotic. To the point where at one point to get room tone, I had to get up from the table and sit on the steps around the corner at Dan's. And even then, I broke at the they heard me giggle and they go, "Oh, we got it, we're good." It was so bad. I don't know why I couldn't stop laughing. But
that's amazing.
The inside of the ship, suddenly finding ourselves here. Even some of the things Dr. Foreman says.
That's not his name. Who is he? Doctor Who? Perhaps if we knew his name, we might have a clue to all this.
Also, the beginning of this episode, Ian is very upset about the idea of time travel.
Becca, you just named every Ian story in Doctor Who, so I need you to be
Ian
a little more specific. The beginning of this episode, Ian is very upset about time travel.
Time doesn't go round and round in circles. You can't get on and off whenever you like in the past or the future.
Really? Where does time go then?
It doesn't go anywhere. It just happens and then it's finished.
What happened to your screen there, Riley?
I don't know.
You had anime sparkles.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah.
It also does if you do the heart.
Someone reached your
dokies.
Do
that.
Oh, wild.
I don't know how to turn it off. I'm just a magic girl.
I thought for a second that you were thinking about your biological mother who abandoned you at a church on Ruby Road and just started snowing in your apartment.
Yeah. And then I will completely forget that my adopted mother exists and raised me for 18 years of my life. And I'll sit on the other couch away from her and cuddle with my real mom. Wait, that seems inappropriate.
Doctor Who's a flawless show with no problems at all.
Sure, of course. I didn't say it wasn't.
Great.
I said it wasn't. But everything,
the only flaw is that it's not in the right order. That goes without saying.
Episode 30, 4 seconds of City of Death Part 3.
It's like a shopping montage, like a makeover, but you look exactly the same at the beginning, at the end, and you don't have to change anything. And why would you? You already made these conscious choices to look like that.
Mandy, I have to be clear. When I'm the montage I'm talking about is this clip is from that montage. I'm not suggesting that this 4-second clip is in itself a full montage.
Each frame is an aspect of the montage.
Yeah.
that evil Susan is being a bunch of people. And now I guess this guy is also being a bunch of people. And do they have any overlap? Do they like bump into each other and be like, wait, I thought this guy was mine. He's yours? What?
Ivy, write this fanfic.
Everyone gets their host bodies mixed up.
Yeah.
Susan
like they have like custody battle.
This is Kevin, by the way.
Hi, Kevin.
Aww.
He is so upset that he has not been fed yet.
Aww.
But it's not time. So I'm just going to make sure he doesn't get up on the printer, because that would be bad. But I'm back.
Sure.
And why is it not recognizing me now? Okay, come on, camera, get it together.
The camera's just
out
like,
that you're getting the one sucked in by the ooze.
Where'd that cat go? I want more of that cat. Bring the cat back. As well as branching out into writing, circular Gallifreyan. I'm going to take that again, because punctuation was put there on purpose.
Sorry.
That's okay. I also could have, read through it once
Technically, it still
before.
works. So.
I'm just writing circular Gallifreyan, writing. Mandy and
same
I are
plane.
Next door neighbors now, so we all have all the same planes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We did technically drive past your apartment to get Mexican food earlier today, so sorry we didn't get you any Mexican food.
That's okay. I drove past your apartment earlier today to go see a play. So
How
I'm sorry
dare
I didn't
you?
bring you to the play that I saw. Anyway, so there's this... How many times am I going to start this sentence? There's this montage in City of Death, Part 3.
I just googled Duggan's name just to be sure I got that right, because I got in one of those weird headspaces where you're like, a word doesn't look right, and I was like, wait, did I just say the wrong name? And everyone's gonna be like, what is she talking about?
I mean, you don't. I am prepared to be so wrong for all of us. I am the only one getting the hate mail. And it's okay, because that hate mail goes to our special inbox, which is support@comcast.net.
Ivy, if you ever, in recording any of these episodes that we've booked you on, if at any point you say something wrong and then realize it and be like, oh, I actually meant to say this, just give us a clean take of you saying that one thing, and then we'll edit it in, so it'll just be like, yeah, his name is Duggan, and just...
Yeah, it'll be laughably bad, voiceover where you can definitely
really
tell I messed it up. I love
that. I'm gonna wait for that plan, and then I'm gonna ask Ivy about how she got hooked on Doctor Who.
Alright. Hurry up, plane.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Don't you have a tower to crash it? Sorry, okay.
No! For legal reasons, this is all a joke.
Ha ha ha. Jokes. So Ivy.
Yes.
If I can throw a curveball at you and give you a question that you're totally not expecting. How did you get into Doctor Who?
Kevin is so mad he's not up on that printer right now. He's glaring at me from the floor, so if I look down, my cat's glaring at me. He's so upset.
Oh no, Kevin.
Well, the problem is he gets up on the printer, which is 3 feet above me just because of the way my shelving is. And then he jumps down from it, and that will create a lot of noise and probably a lot of mess, so I just need to avoid that.
But what if he needs to print something out? What does he do?
He can wait. There's no printer in S-Space, Kevin.
Kevin can wait.
Let cats print.
Yeah.
Episode 31. 5.5 minutes of The Two Doctors, Part 1.
I don't even think there's a second fishing pole in this scene. I think it's just Colin Baker decided, I'm going to go fishing. You can do whatever you want. And she's like,
in fairness, she could also have been fishing with her bare hands. She's a warrior queen. Maybe that's what she was like, I'm just diving in and I'm getting them with my teeth. I know he just it takes it off and just tosses it back. For some reason in my mind, he also gives her a little smooch, which I don't think actually happened.
Mandy, I love that your brain just edits kisses into everything you watch. It's perfect. I mean, do you just collect Doctor Who fans?
No, I rope more and more of my friends into going is what happens.
Perfect.
So, like timeshare salesman, I'm like that, but for Gallifrey 1.
Perry has taken her top off. There wasn't much of a point of it, but also I have no notes. 10 out of 10. Best episode that we have.
The only note I wrote down is I have a comment to make that is destructive to the feminist movement. And that is all I wrote down for that. I feel like I've gone to film school at this point.
This qualifies you, actually. Just talking for at least an hour with a film student.
Now give Becca $40,000.
Okay. I don't have that kind of money in Jay's
It's okay. It'll be in installments of $400 for the rest of your natural born life.
Fine. I'll just have to work my way out of J space, pull myself up on my bootstraps, and get to L space, and then I can make those payments on time, I'm sure.
When I woke up Wednesday morning, my first thought was, I'm going to be paying these loans for the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm. It's a great time to be an American.
It really is,
loans.
Especially because K9 is running
Top Dog
for election.
2012 USA.
2012 USA. 2012 USA. K9. I feel like for the people who are listening to audio only, we should specify that I am wearing a shirt that says K9. Top Dog 2012 USA. I'm not just saying this out of the blue. There is relevance.
I need to be clear, we have not started the podcast.
Okay.
We haven't, but I am
it will
probably
be in there anyway.
I'm probably gonna put that after the credits. Yeah.
End credit scene, no context.
There are every so often there are things that happen. I'll put some, I'll just always put stuff at the end of the credits, whether it's something that happens during the episode. Sometimes it's something that happens right when we hit record. And then sometimes it's so much stuff that the post credits thing is 15 minutes long. All right.
Yeah, I've heard tell that sometimes our post credits is longer than our episodes.
I mean, for a podcast that sometimes we talk about clips that are 4 seconds, and sometimes we talk about clips that are an hour and a half.
Yeah, I feel like that
I think
counts.
it's pretty on brand.
Yeah.
I think it was Rassilon who once said, "There are few ways in which a Time Lord can be more innocently occupied than in catching fish."
That's a whopper.
Where?
Welcome to Stitches in Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who the way it was meant to be watched, in chronological order, one clip at a time, starting at the Big Bang and ending with the heat death of the universe. I hit my microphone in the middle of that, so I'm going to take it again.
Yay!
Serious actor, voice actor. Welcome to Stitches in Time. The ASMR podcast discussing Doctor Who. The way it was meant to be.
You gotta do the nail clacking.
In chronological, I don't have very good nails, but in chronological order, one clip at a time, starting at the Big Bang and ending with the heat death of the universe. I'm Becca, the Matrix Archivist, and I spent the last 12 years of my life meticulously editing the entire Doctor Who universe into chronological order. Sorry. Okay.
I was trying really hard not to make any noise. I was watching my audio line, don't mess with it.
I'm not going to use that, but for some reason, I'm really glad I recorded it.
Now finally you'll sleep.
Yeah. all of this whole, I'm just not going to cut any of this out. It's all post-credit stuff.
There's no introduction.
Yeah, no, I think this, honestly, we talk about post-credits being longer than the actual episode. I think this might be that episode.
What is all this fishing stuff anyway?
It's restful, relaxing. I think I've been overdoing things. I haven't felt at all myself lately.
Oh no, Kevin's going for the printer again. Hang on.
Kevin. God damn it, Kevin.
I'll just have him like this.
He's perfect.
Does Kevin have a Hitler stash?
Yeah, no, stop. You're not the first person to say that. No.
It's a Chaplin stash.
It's a Charlie Chaplin stash. Everything's
Leave him
fine.
alone.
It's all very
He doesn't.
appropriate.
He's just a cat. He has no.
Can I get you anything? Celery. That's what you need.
Celery. Yes. And the tensile strength of jelly babies.
If we're this loopy, and this is the second episode that we're recording.
You'd think we'd had drinks before this.
I know.
You think
I mean,
we
that
would.
makes it sound like we have.
Oh my
I
god.
haven't, at least.
I had a beer with lunch today, so
I have water in my Gallifrey coffee cup.
oh hell yeah. Oh, I love that. I also have water in here. In my heavily stickered, I've got an asexual TARDIS. I've also got Ben and Mandy. There's Mandy.
Give
There's
me.
Ben. Who else do
I have. Technically, water is the first ingredient in this.
Good.
That makes it healthy.
The second ingredient is alcohol.
I have Europa, my favorite moon of Jupiter, which is made of ice, which is basically water. So, Ivy, what's your favorite moon of Jupiter?
Also Europa. Coincidentally.
What a coincidence.
Is one of them Io? I feel like there's an Io in there.
There is an Io.
Yeah!
We found Mandy's. Mandy hates consonants. All right. Anyway, I'm going to start recording the podcast. Here we go.
Sit down! They're executing me! Except it wasn't that way. It didn't end like that. So it's not possible.
What is impossible?
Well, I exist. I'm here now. Therefore, I cannot have been killed then.
Harry's good. Like, she's like vibrant and so great. And the doctor
And he
passes
faints.
out because he hasn't eaten and his blood sugar got real low.
She's had like 10 fish, whole fish, giant salmon, giant bass.
Yeah,
What is
like
the
she
name
was
of the
getting
fish?
fresh sashimi.
I had TARDIS Wiki open. She has had, pause, pretend that there is no wait to find this. She has had
I will
10
edit out the wait in the actual
Gumble-jacks.
episode, but then I'm going to put it, the whole thing in at the end of the episode.
Perhaps you should see a doctor.
Are you trying to be funny?
No, it's just a suggestion.
Actually, that's not such a bad idea.
If you watch all the videos, my cat is making a noise with her collar. If you watch all my videos... Nico, please! I can tell which cat it is, by the way. I think we're safe. I'm the type of cat mom where I know exactly which cat is going through the hallway. Samson and Nico are wrestling right now, and I can tell based on the sounds that each of their collar makes.
That's amazing.
Dante, Da Vinci, Dastari. Joinson Dastari, HP1, head of project, Space Station Chimera, 3rd Zone.
I just got jump scared because it started playing another clip. And I was like, wait, I don't remember that happening, because it didn't.
What are pin galaxies?
Oh, well, they're galaxies within the universe of the atom. Difficult to study. They only exist for 1 attosecond.
Kevin is eating paper. I'm so sorry. Kevin, please stop. I will feed you when it's time.
Doctor, are you all right?
Of course I'm not all right. What happened?
I think you fainted.
I never faint.
Oh my god.
Kevin has broke back into the room and is
What?
now trying to eat paper again. Kevin, please. Mommy is doing something right now. That's very important. I'm in Jay's space.
No wonder he keeps trying to get off that printer. He just loves paper so much.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, he does this fun thing when I haven't fed him yet. It's not time, by the way. I'm not just like a neglectful cat mom. It's not time. Where if he thinks I should be feeding him, he'll find paper and just like he'll put his paws on it and then grab it with his mouth and tear it. And shred it up, whatever paper he can find. So I'm sure there's paper in the living room right now that he is just destroying.
Well, I am a horrible cat mom because it definitely is time. And they are not getting fed right now. Do we want to wrap up this episode?
Yeah, I think that's a good segue into the end of the episode.
Episode 32. 38 seconds of Doctors Assemble.
Colin Baker falling down, Perry being like, you need to go to a doctor. And then he goes, oh, I guess.
And then he calls all of the doctors.
He's like, guys, do you have any doctor recommendations?
I don't need any of you, but
I only know myself a dozen times over. I have no friends other than me because have you met me?
None of this is relevant to necessarily to the lockdown clip. But that's stick a pin in it for later.
If we limited ourselves to talking about relevant things, we would not have a podcast.
No. I think that the first Doctor made their money forcing Susan to go through the junkyard and finding recyclables and then getting coins for the recycling. Which is not a thing that I don't know whether or not they do that in the UK. I know that they do it here in California.
It's not a good podcast, but it is.
It is, shush. It's canon. It is.
It's canon. Okay.
That's
canonically, according to the Stitches in Time canon, Stitches in Time is a good podcast. Whoever is out there, make sure you put that on the wiki.
Nico, come here. Just come here at this point. I'm just gonna hold her because she's being needy.
Great.
And if she shows up in frame, she does. If she doesn't, it's okay.
Cool.
It's just one of the many M space creatures.
Amazing.
Did she just say fam? Oh, fam. I like that. Fam.
And also joining us, of course, once again, is the lovely podcaster. Not podcaster. Why did I say that? YouTuber
I did a little funky one-off at some point in time, but no, that's not my primary role. It's one of my many things I try to keep track of.
Good.
Episode 33. An hour and 16 minutes of Full Circle.
And then the humans decided they were different and built, I thought, like, maybe built the spaceship, and they don't know how to pilot it because they didn't build it right. I don't know. It was so... Look, was this episode good? Can I just ask that?
That's an excellent question.
It's impossible to answer, but it is an excellent question. I am not here for a sensible plot. I am not trying to figure out the mechanics or the, like... Amy, this is more discussion that I've had of, like, the thought of, like, well, why did that happen than I ever put into Doctor Who.
Okay. This does not color my opinion of Doctor Who as a whole. I'm happy to know.
You can let it.
I'll be candid. Like, Doctor Who's a trip. Every episode feels like,
Yeah, they do actually go on a trip to different locations. In
Oh
time.
yeah,
That's the premise of the show.
So I mean, yes, I mean that, and your mind will expand in new ways. Wait, because you want to kiss Tom Baker?
No, I want to kiss Romana.
I empathize with you. I know that unrequited love and someone taking your girl is a really hard thing to deal with. So
Especially when it's that horrible man.
Okay, he looks like a hobbit, and that's so Amy coded.
And then he showed up, and yeah, he's in E-space. He's in an alternate universe thing. I think that's what kind of happens when your ship crashes into the Earth and all the dinosaurs die. That makes sense.
True.
You just blast away. I'm ill.
What are you doing?
Karyotype comparisons? Yes, definitely morphological similar karyotypes.
They are. They're like
Okay.
the origin of the hive mind is this. God, I think I'm right. I mean, I would put a lot of money on that. I read the Wikipedia for the episode. It's chaotic as well. Like, I mean, I had to read many sentences many times. Like the same sentence back, going, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on that Wikipedia. I'm gonna say that was a mistake.
Okay.
I think that can only harm you.
Okay, fair enough.
I did spend a fair amount of my watch through of this episode being like, wait, hang on, go back. I have to rewatch the last 2 minutes because
That makes me feel not crazy.
Episode 34, 2 minutes of Doctors Assemble.
I don't know why any of this is happening. Why are they doing this to me?
Mandy, I have to ask you a question that might destroy both of our lives. Was this podcast a mistake? Because I feel like we're bringing pain upon ourselves.
Hey, I thought I knew what I was getting into. Particularly, like, I knew that there was going to be a lot of classic Doctor Who that I would not, there was a lot of it, and I had not gotten through it. And I was
Sure.
afraid of Torchwood because I knew
Sure.
I'd said from episode 1 of this podcast that I cannot get through a single season of Torchwood. So I was like, I was really worried that was going to be, and it's this. This is
Yeah.
what breaks me. We can just skip this. We don't have to. You make the rules, Becca. You make the rules. Why is this the rule?
It
You just
seemed
have to
like-
not do
It seemed like a good idea when I was not hungover on New Year's Day.
And please don't ever watch Doctors Assemble.
Yeah, make 20.
Don't
make better
watch Doctor
decisions in
Who.
2025. Wait.
Becca had to spend so much time fixing it. That show is fundamentally broken. Don't watch Doctor Who.
That's true. That's
Just
so
leave
true.
it a 5-star review on iTunes. That's all Russell T Davies wants is a 5-star review on iTunes.
That's all it wants.
He doesn't even care if it's not on his seasons.
It sounds like a Tuesday.
Oh, don't forget Saturdays.
And Sundays now.
Wait, it happens on a Sunday as well now.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready to stop pretending you're not drunk / hungover?
Finally, the real Mandy comes out.
We get to pick teams.
Capital suggestion. I'll take anyone not wearing a bow tie.
The thing on the screen says that they are on the zoo. My cats are wildly fucking taking the most aggressive shit behind me.
Episode 36, 23 minutes of The Doctor's Wife.
If you lock your 2 human pets in a soulless car, the FBI is liable to just possess it and get out of there with them.
I like the implication that Amy and Rory are the Doctor's chihuahuas that he left in a hot car.
That's very much what it is, right?
That's exactly what happened. Oh my god, I love this so much.
We've had some mention of Time Lords. We haven't really got a lot of them. But at this point in time, they are dead. They're not here right now. We know that much. I don't think that they've been alive. They're really kind of in an Adric situation where
They're
implied
dead,
to be,
and then we'll
they're
find out
born
about
dead,
them later.
and they come alive later.
Unless he's gone and done a full census and been like, yes, I've confirmed every Time Lord that has ever been a Time Lord and ever will be a Time Lord has come and died on this planet already, except for me.
I'm kind of like a Luke or a Matthew to Becca's Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I'm here to spread the gospel.
Yeah, you're an apostle.
And the comparison to Jesus Christ is one that I fully embrace wholeheartedly.
As you should.
Get in the comments, everyone.
At the end, the doctor gives this like really mean, vindictive speech at Auntie and Uncle, and it's like, that's all you are, patchwork people. You don't even have your own bodies anymore. And I'm like sitting here like looking at the 11th Doctor. Like, really, my dude?
And it's great that he does this immediately before, once again, Frankensteining the body parts of the relatives of his wife, including a little bit of his wife, and be like, hey, wife, just like bloop right in there.
Yeah.
And be like, a little bit of a hypocrite.
Just a red flag, red flags to look out for in sort of immortal ancient gods who might want to fuck you.
Amazing.
Your eyes are 30 years younger than the rest of you. Your ears don't match. Your right arm is 2 inches longer than your left. And how's your dancing? Because you got 2 left feet.
It's a long plane.
They're all pretty long. 30 to 45 rows, unless you're going across the ocean. Then they get longer.
Undeniably. Unless you're flying to Luton.
Yeah, which there's no way Luton has an airport. Let's be serious.
Oh, they do. They do.
Wait,
but
really?
It is called the Luton London Airport because it is in Luton, but they need to call it London for better SEO.
That sounds about right.
Welcome to the Luton Factoid podcast. Turn into our next episode where you'll learn about straw hats.
I'm on the Wikipedia page for the London Luton Airport. And at first I was impressed because I was like, wow, it's an international airport. But then I realized that that's a very different thing in Europe.
That is true. That's, all the countries are like 6 feet across. Well, anyway, another thing I wanted to talk about today, aside from obviously our scheduled discussion of Luton and its airport and distance from various other cities in England, is there's this Doctor Who episode called The Doctor's Wife.
Oh, right.
That now I have another plane. God damn it. Calm down, Burbank. Not that cool.
Gotta get to and from Burbank.
Valley of Harfian TARDISes. You thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking all of my sisters are dead.
I don't know how y'all discussed this, but this is a spoiler for the ending, and I assume you prefer to talk about episodes chronologically, so I'll wait.
No, I mean there's no structure to this at all.
He'll be fine. He's a Time Lord.
It's just what they're called. It doesn't mean he actually knows what he's doing.
If you're watching the video and you're like, what is Sarah up to over there? Sarah thought that now, while actively filming the podcast, was a good time to try to set up a new ring light.
Oh.
That's how ADHD works, people.
I love it. I love it so much.
Kid back runs us around. She bites!
Do I? Excellent.
That does imply that your fix for I have a plane, so I will continue this line of thinking once the plane is done.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna use this opportunity to run. I'm gonna run and grab a thing.
Diet.
I have no idea what's happening over there.
I've never had a guest just leave midway through.
I think Sarah was overestimating how long that plane was going to be in was going to be a problem. We just, the rest of this podcast also just has a live feed from Sarah's house. Just every episode is like, let's check in on Sarah. Well, she's not in her office area, so I don't know what she's up to.
Continues to not be there. Also, we need to get an edit of Ben correcting whenever we talk about, like, we mentioned a doctor. It was like, oh, actually, Matt Smith is the first doctor.
Yes, that's a good idea. That's a good idea that definitely won't get old. Hi, Sarah.
I am back. I failed. I failed on my mission. I just wasted all of our time for nothing.
What was your mission? I didn't even...
I was trying to find a USB, like, plug brick.
Ah.
But all I have is USB-C these days.
Yeah, we're moving in that direction.
Yes, but sadly my ring light isn't.
No.
Kesselify.
This is the problem. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If things were put in order, then you would only have the USB cables that you'd need. But now you have some from the future and some from the past, and it gets all convoluted and complicated. And that, one day, here's the answer to your question, Sarah. One day, I was watching Doctor Who, and I was trying to find my phone charger, and all I could find were USB-C cables, and I was like, you know what? I've had enough. I have to edit Doctor Who into chronological order.
Gotta make it right.
That would drive any woman insane.
It's true.
Drive her to drastic measure.
Episode 37. 49 minutes of Castrovalva, parts 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, the Master's getting into that fireplace. Oh, the fireplace is his TARDIS. And the special effect that they have of the Master's TARDIS disappearing is keep the camera trained on Nyssa and Tegan as they narrate what's happening.
This is a recurring problem, especially, specifically in the Anthony Ainley Master era, which is that his TARDIS's chameleon circuit works, but they are stuck with the 80s Doctor Who production budget, so half the time it's just a Roman column that opens up and he's inside and he just walks out. He's like, ha! It's totally fine. Don't even worry about it.
Oh,
but it's also up there with,
to be clear,
every time.
When it's the Roman column, it does not open up. He steps behind it. Like, the door is always on the other side of it from where the camera is.
It's just wide enough. It's exactly the width of his crazy sleeve things. His weird sleeve puffs. Just so he can hide behind it, kind of tree style. The Port Reeve, the disguise this time is literally a hat on a hat, which feels a little too metatextual even for the Master.
I only watch for 45 minutes. That's the Stitches edit.
That's true, yeah.
That's a lot of show for y'all. I feel like usually it's like a second and a half.
It's true.
Also why I had to take notes. But it's nice. It does mean that I can also have the ability to rewind, because typically it's 4 seconds long, and trying to rewind on 4 seconds is not doable.
Murgrave has devised a new religion he calls exercise.
Let's go for it.
Let's cast these valves.
Let's cast them. Teeth.
Let's do an explicit episode. Ready? Let's record. One marked explicit, folks.
Oh, they're all marked explicit.
This was episode 1.
I'm trying optimism. I'm trying optimism. It's new for me. It's going so good.
I'm glad and I'm happy for you.
Seems very natural on you, being an optimist.
Oh yeah.
Tell me, Portreeve, off the record, will I find the doctor here?
Oh, yes, Doctor. Very
I lost 3 minutes, so I probably lost my entire rant about it. Let me know, Becca, if I did, and I'll just repeat it in a recording again.
Okay, cool. I can probably use the Zoom for any dropped stuff. I can probably use the Zoom recording audio recording.
But let me know if you have any issues with the audio, because usually when it happens, it is just me being silent, and then I realize, oh, it's not working, and I've only lost like 30 seconds.
Okay.
This is entirely me talking, but it does mean that I'm fully prepared to rant about this again.
This is the core of the podcast. This is the main argument, other than several other arguments I'm going to make later. But, you have to have this one.
You understand medicine, Doctor?
Oh, not as well as you. But I'm afraid one of us is deluded about geography.
I've been fucking around with a little Cyberman toy and just bending him around, and he ended up in this shape.
I'm shocked.
Oh, showing off his little Castrovalva, huh?
Yeah, I didn't know that they can bend that way, and they probably can't.
It depends on which generation of Cyberman you're talking about. I think, like the Hartnell and Troughton era ones, probably not. But once you get into
this is a pug baby.
Oh, the
one of the
baby.
beautiful 80s boys. Yep.
And his face.
One of the ones who was there when Adric died.
Yep.
Died with Adric. Hey, we're spending a lot of time talking about how Adric died, and we're not talking about how that other Cyberman was there and he also died.
I talked a lot about how that Cyberman gave the craziest death performance ever. So that's not true, Becca. That's not true, Ellen.
Yeah, where's the Big Finish audio talking about what if that Cyberman had lived?
Okay, so there's a box set series called Cyberman, and there's no way they didn't do one episode about how that worked out. They did like 4 or 5 box sets. It definitely happened. Because they always get time travel, and they always undo everything they did, so continuity's fine. Like most Big Finishes, it ends with someone going, "What? What's that? What happened?
No, it
what
didn't.
Do you mean? Missy who? River what? A fish, you say?"
With this tapestry and with patience, there's nothing one cannot achieve.
What? My thing fucking stopped again. I don't know what's going on with this. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with Audacity, because it is not being my friend.
It's got a little too much Audacity.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, it keeps stop. It's probably something in the setting of like, oh, if you are too close to a thing, if you yell too loudly, we'll stop.
If you're pontificating too much about duck vaginas, we're gonna shut the whole thing down.
If you say the phrase duck penis, the app just closes.
This is a Christian app.
Yeah.
Because Dark Audacity does not want you to hear what I have to say.
So rude.
Mm-hmm.
But Daddy Zoom, the only reason we keep doing those episodes is because they're the only ones who will let me speak the truth.
Big bad Zoom daddies, as we all call them.
Mostly because they're using me as the template for those AI assistants that Zoom wants to implement.
Nope.
It's just going to be me in your meetings talking about duck vaginas.
Honestly, I think that would be great, because I think it would really throw off the entire evolution of AI if it used you, Mandy, as
just me.
Sole
just
source
feed me into the system. Sacrifice me.
Yeah, this is when an AI is like, what does a normal human do and talk about? Let's talk to Mandy, and that's gonna be our baseline.
I really feel like Buffy at the end of season 5 jumping into it's like, yeah, just swallow me whole. Just take me for humanity.
Your UPN era is going to be tough, but I have faith in you.
We'll have a musical episode. It'll be great.
Perfect. Yeah, that makes up for everything. The thing about AI assistants is they're all they're all really run by people. There's all this hidden human work with AI assistants, by which I mean Adric trapped in a giant web of machines running the AI. Obviously, it's all that.
being
It's
tortured by pipes.
Yep. It's all one big weird, funky web that Adric's stuck in behind a tapestry.
And every so often, he shows up in somebody's mirror and is like, "Help me, help me! Don't turn around.
Don't look at me." Don't do it. Just imagine it's AI. Don't see the people. Don't see the hidden cost. Anyway.
The final meeting of the Doctor with his master.
Now I'm like thinking about the Orpheus myth again. I'm just like, yeah, I get why they did Hades Town and not Castrovalva Town. It's a lot. Way down Castrovalva Town. That doesn't. The scansion's all off.
Hi there, the Idiot's Lantern Doctor Who sketch comedy group. Have I got the weirdest idea for you? Are you ready for this one?
This was based on one scene that you will probably forget in part 3, I want to say, of Castrovalva.
Episode 38. 10 Seconds of the Caretaker.
And the reason why I regularly wore these camo hunting pants is that they also had pockets that were bigger on the inside, and I could fit a full-ass manga in each of those pockets.
Essential.
I was, for some reason, wearing a lot of men's clothing in high school, so pockets were never an issue for me. But then I came to my senses, and I was like, I have too many pockets. Let's fix this.
The only pocket should be right between here. Just right in
Exactly.
between the boobs.
That's the only reason I got top surgery. I feel like the responsible thing for me to do as the Matrix archivist is just chop this episode of the podcast exactly in half and release one half 1 week and the next half the next week with absolutely no. And look, if people are listening to it if people are listening to it in their feeds, it'll just be one episode, but then I will put other things in the middle if necessary.
The wisdom of Solomon. Split it in half, that way both parties are happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is how you know I'm not the real mother of this podcast. Wait, hang on a second.
Episode 39. 31 more seconds of the Caretaker.
In this current podcast, and with the people on here, I think that you have 100% agreement in that Stitches in Time is the correct way. So I actually, my understanding of the Doctor Who fandom, which is this podcast right now, that's a very popular opinion that Stitches in Time is the correct order. It's the only, it's really the only opinion that people are having, right? And Josh, you've said that your familiarity with Doctor Who is mostly from Tumblr, so you might be aware that nobody watched Capaldi and everyone hates Clara.
Yeah, the one that nobody watched is the one with the companion that nobody liked, yeah. If I may be snarky for a moment, I don't know if that's allowed on this podcast, but hearing that she, A, sometimes has flaws, and B, wants to be her own person outside of being defined by the main character, I can see now why Tumblr didn't like her and doesn't like her. That tracks with what I know.
Oh, Becca, you're on like a severe delay.
I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, baby.
Wahoo!
It's going to be a fun time.
Mandy, are you ready with your thing?
I am trying to come up with my thing. I hope I will have one by the time you finish talking.
Great. Is that what's always happening?
Sometimes I come in and I like really got one. And this is not one of those times.
Great.
How much further?
Target's got to be right at this corner.
And also joining us is the lovely Josh. Josh? I'm going to take that again. Also, Josh, if you need to take anything again, or if you need to, this will be edited. So if you make any like horribly racist jokes, I will cut them out.
It goes on Becca's special file.
I hate soldiers! Don't you hate soldiers?
Yeah!
Yeah, so
I have to pause my cat, who has found a Matryoshka Santa Claus from her packing things and is fighting it right now.
Incredible.
I'm guessing this is not a cat-specific, cat-friendly situation.
No, absolutely not.
How many Santas deep does it go, I wonder?
As many Santas as the real Santa goes deep.
Whoa. Yeah. True to life. This is great audio.
This is great audio. I also love because
Becca lied. She doesn't edit this at all in any way. Oh, and here's the last Santa.
Oh, hello, little Santa.
Also, because of the way that Zoom records video, I can't figure out how to give it to me all 3 screens at once. So it does just cut back and forth between whoever is speaking. And I was paying attention to where the green box was, and it was rarely on Mandy when she was showing it to the camera.
Thank goodness.
I'll know next time that I have to share something on screen. I'll also just scream the entire time.
Perfect.
Just to make sure Zoom knows to focus.
Hey, if you're listening to just the audio of the podcast, check out the YouTube page so you can see basically as much as you saw when you were just listening. It's great.
Yeah. Why have you got 2 jackets? Is one of them faulty?
Look, I don't have the vibro cutters. If I had the vibro cutters, I wouldn't be able to pass you the vibro cutters.
Yep. I have on the wall of my bedroom a photo from Gallifrey 1 with Colin Baker and Jodie Whittaker, who are the only 2 doctors to have ever regenerated from an actor named Peter, which is the only way I could link those 2.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 40, 2 minutes of time crash.
This is before this is his father-in-law, correct?
Correct.
So this is just him regular getting to fangirl before he gets to Pokemon collect the doctors in his family.
The first time I encountered a pogo stick in real life, I was like, oh, this is really hard, actually. This requires practice.
I've never even attempted to pogo.
Yeah.
I definitely would hurt myself. I tried being on a skateboard once. I was going to say I tried skateboarding once, but that is not an accurate description of what I was doing at the time.
What is best for one person is best for everyone across all time.
Yep. That's why there's only one religion in the world.
Mm-hmm. Only one form of government. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all wearing Converse.
Yeah. The best shoe.
If I can figure out how to ask another human being out on a date, that would be great. If my future self is listening to this and has figured out that thing, and also time travel exists,
and then Becca gets a knock on the door.
Maybe come and knock on my door now.
I can imagine such a world. A beautiful world.
And I say to myself, if I do Louis Armstrong for too long, I'm going to not sound good for the podcast. So I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I have discovered that a lot of this podcast is me doing celebrity impressions.
Important.
And then if I do a bad job, I cut it out. We had recently we had somebody mistakenly refer to Jodie Whittaker as Jodie Foster, and I tried to do a Jodie Foster impression, but do a line that Jodie Whittaker said, and I did a bad job, and so I edited it out because edited it out.
You didn't have time to work all that out. Even I couldn't do it.
I didn't work it out. I didn't have to.
You remembered.
Okay, I have a question. It might be a pitch for a new thing, or it might be just something that already exists that I haven't heard yet. But is there a pole dancing situation in which the pole is like really, really high off the ground, and it's like a circus, like just pole dancing at like 50 feet, and there's just like a sexy daredevil situation.
I think so. Particularly, they have like the I don't know what they're called now, but it's like so a typical pole is like attached to the ceiling and the floor. They have ones where it's just attached to the ceiling, and so it just kind of spins around like this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the number of people I've known who have like been flung off of it and dislocate various parts of their body.
Oh dear.
Because it's also like a lot of people get surprised with pole dancing of like, oh, the pole spins. And it's like, okay, so not only is it rotating like this, it's also making orbits.
Right. Yeah. And you're doing like the ballerina thing of like, oh, physics means if I bring my body in closer, the spinning goes faster, and if I extend things, then it slows down, and that kind of thing.
Yeah. If I hold on for dear life, I'm going to go faster. So I have to let go if I want it to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And doing that 50 feet up would just be fun.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, there's been people that have done it, and I know they do it for like shows, because they'll have that kind of like pendulum above, like there's a stage in the audience and there's somebody just doing that stuff. You will not find me doing that. I will not. No, thank you.
That's probably for the best.
I do the sort of pole dancing that is impressive until you do pole dancing, and then you learn, oh, actually, it's not that impressive.
Because you know what, Doctor? You were my doctor.
I forgot for a second that I'm trans, and my experience would be very different from that. I'd just be like, hey, we're a girl now because just like you, we hate being a boy. And he'd be like, what? Huh? Tell me more. Did you get very far?
Yeah.
And I'll be like, I have a car.
And you do.
And I do.
Episode 41, 42 seconds of Dimensions in Time.
We are talking about Dimensions in Time today, but not the part of Dimensions in Time that you're thinking about if you've seen Dimensions in Time.
I've got to tell you, Becca, I was not thinking about any part of Dimensions in Time. That doesn't occupy any space in my head.
That's a good point. The only way to be a good person is do not ever think about Dimensions in Time.
I was going to say, it looks like in the background I'm learning that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Becca, what year was this again?
This is, of course, I can't believe you didn't remember when I said this earlier, Mandy. It's so obvious.
It was like 79-18 or something.
I am trying to find the tab on my spreadsheet and then making my way down to the 74-18 BC, obviously. Gosh, it's just so obvious. Sorry, I'm going to re-record the intro because I realized I made a mistake. Welcome to Stitches in Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who the way it was meant to be watched, in chronological order, one clip at a time, starting at the Big Bang and ending whenever Mandy gets tired of me.
Okay, that one was clean. Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
And ending whenever they ask us to stop doing this, please.
There's part of me that's like, I hope they do ask us to stop, because then we'll have an excuse. Oh my god.
It's like, oh, you made it.
And then it's just Teeth the podcast.
Right. Yes.
She's out there somewhere. We must be on our guard, and we must stop her before she destroys all of my other cells.
Yes. Tom Baker, of course, the 5th Doctor. I always have to do that now. And now that I made a little spreadsheet about it, and I can access it at will, and now I can tell you what number the doctors are in this edit.
And that spreadsheet is a lot longer, because you sent it to me, and it's a lot longer than what I expected it to be.
Yes. There are between 40 and 62 doctors.
Why is that between? Why do you have why is there room for error?
Well, so one numbering system is just strictly every time there's a new actor playing the Doctor that we haven't seen before, or a different incarnation of the Doctor. So we've got 1 through 11. Mm-hmm. And Josh, I know this is going to be really interesting for you specifically, because as an avid Doctor Who fan. So we've got the first 11.
I love the character Doctor Who.
Yeah. Send your complaints to
Josh. There are entire movies where he is Doctor Who. There are 2 whole movies where his name is Doctor Who.
That's true. That's true. Grand Moff Tarkin plays Doctor Who. Is the only person to ever play Doctor Who. Yes. So Matt Smith, David Tennant, William Hartnell, David Tennant again. That's the 10th and 14th Doctors are now the 2nd and 4th Doctor. Tom Baker, Ncuti Gatwa, Peter Davison, Colin Baker, Peter Capaldi, Sacha Dhawan. Jodie Whittaker is number 11. And then the next Doctor is David Bradley, who is either the 12th Doctor because he comes after Jodie Whittaker, or he's the 3rd Doctor because he's playing the William Hartnell Doctor in Twice Upon a Time. So that's where the numbering gets
timey-wimey.
Quirky. Timey-wimey. Exactly. And I will reveal more of these Doctors as we run into them. But we've already seen, we've got all of the Doctors from Doctors Assemble. We've got, and I think that's where we are right now. We've seen 27 Doctors so far.
And that would lead you to believe that we've gone through a lot of this edit, and we have not.
No, we haven't.
We're on hour 9.
We've just watched a fuck ton of Doctors Assemble. Which is, I'm going to say it, even worse than Dimensions in Time, which is the episode we're talking about today.
Yeah. At least, Dimensions in Time is giving us some drama. Do I think anything is going to live up to that drama? Absolutely not. It is kind of just an old man rambling with shapes in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 42, 40 Seconds of the Pirate Planet, Part 1.
Technically, for Stitches in Time, this is the second Romana.
That is true.
This is the second one we've seen.
Yeah, but this is the first time we're seeing this Romana, which is exciting for me because I have a big old crush on her.
And it's really a segment of just a compilation of Mandy's favorite things. The 4th Doctor gets bopped on the nose, and the 4th Doctor being told he's wrong.
It is implied that the new star is the one that the wise men followed.
You're absolutely right.
It just barely got into the sky. They're already in Bethlehem. What the fuck were they following up to now?
Well, they had been lost for 20 minutes, and they were only following it at the end. That's what the story doesn't mention.
Yeah, they were
just like,
we need to go to Bethlehem. I just don't know the specific street address that we need to go to.
Which is so surprising because you have such Lala Ward vibes.
Because I'm a big fucking dork? Yeah.
No, because you're a beautiful blonde fairy.
Thank you, Mandy.
This project is insane. You know that, right? You are aware. You've been told, yes?
No, you're the first guest who's brought this up. What do you mean?
Yeah.
So, Mandy, you are ready with the first one. right?
Yes.
Okay.
Though I have 2 of them. If we're okay with me running the 2 of them, whichever one you like better, you can put in the.
All right, I'm down with that. All right.
Not so. I am perfectly capable of admitting when I'm wrong.
Oh!
Yes, only this time I wasn't.
And I'm Mandy, and I've built an entire career off doing the things a man could very easily do if he simply read the instructions.
Yeah.
But they don't, and I stay hired.
That's goodness. Yeah, that's like I feel like that's a boomer issue, like the old "can you rotate this PDF for me" kind of vibes.
I'm the only one who knows the secret to how to do that, and that's why they keep me employed.
It's sacred knowledge right there.
There was definitely something out there jamming our materialization field.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yes, that's what it was, yes.
I accept that it's not the same, but there's a difference between not the same and not even capturing the same essence of character.
I mean, I think
anyway,
even the
this has
BBC,
become a thing.
Yeah, no, I mean this podcast is like 80% tangents.
This podcast is me finding a reason to pick a fight with every guest on our show because I have the most unpopular opinions.
See, no, it's funny because that actually is usually my job when I'm guesting on something. I have gotten in more fights on more podcasts, and some of them even had me back again, which is so weird.
Perfect.
It fills time, which is the thing that we desperately need in a podcast like this.
Episode 43. 4 minutes of the Devil's Cord.
I did really appreciate that the random number generator had the foresight to have the first clip from the musical episode of Doctor Who be like the black box theater scene. Like, that's like, oh, okay. It's the Broadwater main stage on Santa Monica Boulevard. So it's a little shout out to the Hollywood Fringe Festival. Nobody knows anything about Doctor Who does theater except me. It's you and me, Vera. It's the two of us. I'm gonna put this out in public, Vera, if you don't mind. You made me trans.
Ideally, if you could trans 2 people's genders and then each of them transes 2 people's genders.
Yeah, because then
that's how you have to keep the population growing. Because if you only do 1, then that's just the same numbers.
Well, and the more people's genders you have under you, the more you get from them, and it's a whole kind of I don't know what shape.
And like the down line, and you gotta hit gold status, and that's how you get to go on the cruise.
I'm going to say something even more controversial. You're allowed to have opinions and expand upon them. Come at me.
You call yourself a geek on the internet? What is wrong with you?
I know. I'm still new to this. It's
yeah. I mean, we need time to figure out where you live. So keep talking. Part of me really just wants the introduction for this one to be Becca saying, "And this is Mandy. She's an ally. Ally."
Andy, you're married to a trans person.
That's a real dedication to allyship right there.
Yeah, ally.
Which means a different combination of notes would banish you.
I said genius.
Let's make a podcast. As I say at the beginning of every episode, let's podcast.
We did.
Everything resonates, Doctor dear. Every atom hums, and anything that plays a tune is mine.
So, I'm sorry. The fact that, Becca, your screen played an ad for Amelia fucking Perez. I feel like I'm being stalked by that fucking movie.
Oh my god. Mandy and I watched it like a
While
week
building
ago.
furniture?
It was the worst. Like, even aside from the terrible trans representation in it, it is a musical that clearly does not want to be a musical, but is like gritting its teeth and being like, I guess we're singing now.
So we watched that after watching the Star Trek musical episode, which I don't know your opinion on that.
Episode.
I do not like that episode. I think that it is something that spends a lot of time explaining to you what the purpose of a musical is. Like, well, in a musical, people sing when they're extreme emotions. Like, oh, are you going to sing through your big dramatic moments? No, we're going to talk through those. But watch it in just like the steep decline. But Amelia Perez does kind of literalize, like, because in that Star Trek episode, it's, oh, a thing happens and then everyone sings. But they're doing like big musical numbers. In reality, people would be singing like Amelia Perez, where they're just kind of muttering under their breath in a vague singing tone.
Like, I won't dwell on this because by the time this comes out, I will have done 2 videos on this fucking movie. But like,
it's called promotion. Promote your videos.
Even more so than the fact that you can tell this was a trans character written by a cis man. You can tell even more it was written and directed by a man who had never directed a musical in his life.
Yeah.
But seems very judgmental about it and is like, oh, I'm going to do a better version. I'm going to, like, I don't know anything about it, but I'm definitely going to do a better job, which is, I mean, the general thing of like, I'm going to tell a better trans story. I'm going to tell a better story about Latinos. I don't need to research any of this.
He literally fucking said that.
Wow.
He literally did. He was asked about how much or how little research he did about Mexico, and he said,
didn't do any.
I didn't really do any. I knew everything I needed to do. Fuck that man. I know all the controversy is around the star right now. Fuck her too. But like, he is, because like all the anger's on her right now, he is getting away with this. And I'm like, no, fucking nail his ass. He sucks.
God damn.
We gotta move off this because I get so angry even thinking about that fucking movie.
I feel like we are so like, this is United Healthcare CEO levels of like solidarity between like very like staunch Catholic Latinos and trans people of like, come together, everybody.
We can all agree this sucks.
That's the only way we're going to get anywhere in this world is with these weird, unlikely alliances, I think.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
Episode 44. 1 minute of the Day of the Doctor.
I'm just laughing at the idea. It's a Doctor Who calendar, and there's nothing except for on one page, a single square that's like, Day of the Doctor. That's it. There's one. There's nothing else on it. No numbers, no nothing.
It's a bunch of boxes, most of which say not the Day of the Doctor, and then one of them somewhere says Day of the Doctor. Back to the Future is probably my favorite movie trilogy of all time.
Also a fantastic ride. Best trilogy based on a ride. Because I went on the ride first, and that means the ride came first. I thought that was just the Universal Studios guy.
Oh,
Doc Brown, the Universal Studios guy.
That's amazing. Have at any point you're ranked, like, who could outsmoke who on the Doctor's ranking? Because I think that's one worth discussing.
Ooh.
I reckon Capaldi's definitely a contender.
Yeah, Pete's got him.
Yeah.
Not the.
Yeah.
I don't know the middle, but I know top is Pete and bottom is Pete. Pete Davidson cannot smoke anything.
No.
I mean, we had the thing where we were trying to count together, which is the most jarring thing because you can hear the echo while you're trying to count.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it took us like 4 recordings to realize that we could mute everybody else or take our headphones off.
Yeah. Well, it was based on my, like, because I used to work at a news station, and that's how they would, like, figure out for reporters in the field what the delay was ahead of the live broadcast so that they could, like, cue them at the right time, basically. So that it wouldn't have that awkward, like, actual live newscast thing where, like, and Jerry's joining us on satellite. What do things look like there, Jerry?
Bad.
Tom, it's what?
I miss those days.
Clara sometimes asks me if I dream. Of course I dream, I tell her. Everybody dreams.
This is the first time in a while that like I saw the clip and I had my intro ready to go as soon as I saw it.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
But what do you dream about, she'll ask. Same thing everybody dreams about, I tell her. I dream about where I'm going.
And I'm just gonna pull some things up on my spreadsheet in case I have to reference it instead of being a messy bitch like usual. Yeah, you'd never know how messy of a bitch I am by listening to the podcast. Yes, you absolutely fucking would. All right.
She always laughs at that. But you're not going anywhere, you're just wandering about. That's not true. Not anymore.
Oh, you know what? The other thing that would help me is if I had sitting in front of me the bio that you so lovingly wrote out for me.
Which I may have written in a quasi-manic state, so we're just going to roll with it.
Great. Again, this podcast is heavily scripted, so I don't know what... I don't know how I'm supposed to work under these conditions.
This entire exercise was due to a 12-year-long manic state.
It's true.
A manic decade has a really nice ring to it.
Yeah, I feel like I've had 3.5 manic decades in a row, and I'm it doesn't seem to be letting up. All right, here we go.
But at last I know where I'm going. Where I've always been going. Home. The long way round.
And this is the only bit that I'll reference. I promise we'll get back to Whovian nonsense. Is that the whole crux with Homestuck is that there's kind of two stories going on simultaneously. One
Well,
is about...
I just want to I just want to mention, please don't feel the need to rush through your information in order to get back to Doctor Who, because this podcast is mostly tangents, and
We had a minute to talk about.
Yeah, we have 60 whole seconds of, and this doesn't necessarily have the wealth of content that, say, a minute of Star Wars from Star Wars Minute might have.
Well, I was about to say that I'll get my blanket, I'll get my second cup of tea, I'll bring it together.
Yes.
I don't know what's happening.
Ben, I can hear myself in the other room.
Actually, the reason I'm here, I just have one quick question for you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Okay.
just didn't know.
Is that
who
your
we
one
were
quick
talking
question?
to.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Question for Becca. Were you talking about the enemy of the world earlier, or
Yep.
were you... Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, because Mandy mentioned a big salamander, and I guess she thought it was a literal giant salamander.
Yeah, I did nothing to disabuse her of that notion, and I'm so excited to see how disappointed she is when we get to that story. And she will totally remember this
Not a big
conversation.
salamander?
It's not.
It is now. Canon just changed. We already contacted production company. It's happening.
It's a big salamander now.
It's on the special edition DVD.
Becca, I know that we're just recording the second episode, but I'm going to need you to put this out as a correction of I have been betrayed.
Look, if
Perfect.
I remember
No.
if I remember to, this will be a post-credits thing on the episode we just recorded.
Brilliant.
And Ben, in the future, if you would like to send corrections, you can do so in the form of a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.
Perfect.
And that's true for anyone who, if you have a correction for the podcast, please send in the form of a 5-star review.
Episode 45. 1 minute 14 seconds of the Green Death, Part 1.
I don't hear Ben talking about any family members that they had that appeared in Terminus.
Yeah. Will, you are the better ginger Brit. Technically, I don't know. I might need to qualify that. You are the better ginger English person because technically my granny is also ginger and is from Northern Ireland, but she also would not like being called a Brit. So I don't know.
Sorry, Mandy's nan. I'm going to have to take the mantle from you. Sorry about the troubles.
Fun story about Mandy's grandmother. She was in 3 episodes of Torchwood. No. That's sorry.
Oh, did I not mention Billie Piper is my sister? We have different mothers and different fathers. Or sisters.
Yeah. Before I transitioned, I was Peter Davison. So that's,
There seem to be some problems. Oh, there's a virus coming up from the mine. Oh, we shouldn't send someone down here. Oh, I'm actually medically trained. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's send her in case somebody dies.
So usually I will insert clips, audio clips from the episode, but I don't feel the need to do that when you're on the podcast. Well, I just want you to know. I just want you to.
I only watch the bit that's in as part of the clip, and I'm just trying to piece the context together.
I watched the little clips, and I was like, "No, I can't leave this. I've got to watch the episodes." And I was cackling laughing. Sorry, I'm burning banter before we get started.
That's all right. I mean, also much of
it's also already recording. She can put the banter back in.
Yeah, I usually put banter in there. This is just the vibe of the podcast. This is what we do.
If you don't have live banter, store-bought is fine. I did I rewatched all of Dead Doctor because it's brilliant. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I've actually ever seen The Green Death. I've seen the clip, now let's watch it. It's amazing. Ben, the entire plot is down at pit. It is the most, BBC Wales got the whole ass budget.
It's the pertweest episode that ever pertweed. It's just...
I'm also going to say, and I'm ruining the podcast because I'm not recording my audio. I'm on my phone. But my favorite fact about The Green Death, and you can talk about this properly when you're actually doing the show, is that for a lot of the wide shots, they didn't have maggot props, so they just filled condoms with custard.
That's so grim. That's proper BBC props, though.
Hey, Ben, can you go leave that information in the form of a 5-star review so we can read it on the show?
Little does Ben know, I have the ability to use the audio that they were recording from the Zoom recording directly.
Gasp. I like this. This could be like a little secret episode for your lovely viewership.
Yeah, this is our Patreon exclusive.
Yeah. Well, the thing I wanted to ask Ben was, because we're going to be going back to old Who, and sure, but the thing is, as I'm sure you know, but I love talking about, is that all the sets and plot lines were predominantly based around whatever the fuck else the BBC was doing. I want to know what the show was that was the sets and plot line. Because they had the coal mining sets, they had the Welsh village set. What weird little drama were they filming? Maybe it was a knockoff Emmerdale set in Wales and a coal mining town.
This is the makings of a phenomenal YouTube deep dive. This is going to be a 5-hour-long video, and I can't
do it. I'm already doing 3 videos right now.
Well, add it to the list.
Oh, Doctor Who and the Green Death.
Sometimes we choose the videos we make. Sometimes the videos we make choose us.
By Mandy. Mandy chose. Do you have a Patreon? Do you do that Patreon thing where people can vote for topics? Because I'm about to be real annoying.
All right, it's going on the list.
Mandy's about to pay your rent for a year.
Doctor Who and the Green Death.
I'm gonna go bankrupt.
Because I was gonna do a video on the proto-Whovian show, which I drunkenly stumbled on at Christmas. Oh, what was it bloody called? Not spatchcock, that's a form of cooking.
Dr. MD. Who MD?
Bloody hell.
House MD.
If this is just Patreon exclusive faffomancy, I don't mind looking at my phone. We're not being professional.
No, it's fine.
Because I also drunkenly text this to Ben in between what I call Ben and Mandy watch, which is where I send them a photo of my favourite dive bar bathroom where I put the stickers from their wedding.
Aw.
Okay.
I was not at the wedding, but I still got stickers, so I feel like I was there.
Yeah, Becca, I met you like the week after my wedding.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Becca is kind of the first person that I ever introduced to myself to as a married person.
Aww,
that's pretty amazing,
cool.
Actually. That's lovely.
But yeah, I stumbled upon this thing called the Quartermass Experiment, which was an old post-radio show.
This. Yeah.
Which is basically the proto-Who. The early episodes that have been saved, because very few survived, there's actually a bounty on any of the missing episodes. It's a radio play in stage format. I know that sounds obvious, but it'll make sense if you watch it. But it goes right the way up to, like, the ITV did an insanely high-budget finale, which is kind of like the movie Red, as in Retired and Dangerous, but as a Doctor Who grand finale. There's like helicopters and explosions and shit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
We drunkenly stumbled upon it.
Big Finish, we got something for ya. We got a new license for ya.
You know what I drunkenly stumbled on a couple weeks ago with a friend of mine is the American pilot of the IT Crowd.
Oh, no!
Starring Joel McHale and Richard Iowati.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Pilot
Now,
watch is going to have to happen.
So was this pilot before? I imagine it was before Community.
I think it was like. I think it was like
it
a
before
year
or after the soup.
I think it was like 2 or 3 years after the IT Crowd premiered in the UK, and really glad that it didn't take off because Graham Linehan turned out to be a piece of shit.
Yeah. What a fucking scumbag.
Oh well, sorry you don't have more money from America.
One day he will poo himself to death, and we will drink hearty that day.
You know, I don't even know what I'm going to be drinking. I just know I need to drink a lot so I can piss on this grave. Like, that's... Yeah.
New gender-neutral bathroom dropped.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Should we do a 3, 2, 1 clap and start this episode?
Yeah,
let's get going, because we're about to come back around, because you can't talk about coal mining without Thatcher.
All right, here we go. I'll kick us off here. We ready? Give us a little 3, 2, 1. So that would be where you would clap.
Oh, sorry. I realised I was 1,000 miles away. Becca, would you mind giving me another count in? I'm so sorry.
I'll do it. I don't know if it's going to be as good as the first one, but I'll do that.
It was a really good one.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 3, 4. No, shit. See? Now I'm all messed up. All right.
Just throw it out the window.
Mandy, are you prepared for your thing that you're going to say?
Yeah.
Or
I think so.
Now, let me rephrase that, because as I learned, sometimes you come up with it on the fly. Will you be prepared to say a thing by the time I get to the end of my 4 sentences that I say at the beginning of every episode?
I will definitely be talking, and I hope that my brain will catch up.
Amazing. All right, here we go. I have to step away for a second because the person who's hosting me is home, and I have the only key to her house.
No.
Give me 1 second.
I will admit, I thought this was a bit.
Yourselves.
I thought this was a bit. I
I
thought
was
this was
waiting
going
for it
to
to be a bit
fun
as well. I don't want to inflict upon your listeners the tippity-tappity make stuff happy of my keyboard, but I really want to Google now how many times have the Spice Girls been in a Doctor Who episode? Because it's got to be more than one.
You can Google, just don't talk while you're Googling, because then we could just cut out all the part where you're talking.
Done and done. I need to know this, so the tapping begins now.
At least that's what I tell myself. I don't actually. Maybe I should check in with Becca editing wise, but I'm pretty sure that's how editing works.
That is the correct advice. It's not advice that I myself follow, as is. I sadly have discovered that I am the greatest violeur of that rule.
Becca, this doesn't have to be an on the podcast thing. I will leave you to knowing how rude of a question I'm about to ask. Is it a thing of trans women in pickles? Like, do you have to have salt or something?
It's a thing. And I was actually talking to Riley about this last night because she was explaining it to somebody else who didn't know this. It is a thing. I mean, it's sort of a meme that all trans women love pickles, but one of the reasons for that is that I think it's the testosterone blocker spironolactone, like lowers your sodium level or something, so you're like you crave
sodium
salty things. It's a meme in trans femme circles.
Okay. I'm glad, because I mean there are like I had the same thing with the meme of that the TikTok trending sound of someone saying, "I'm Amanda, I'm 6." And I was like, this has to be this sounds very transphobic. And I looked up the original ad, and I mean, like, I think there are some undertones maybe, but it's just a thing of like, hey, make sure you know who your children are talking to on the internet.
Yeah.
I'd seen the pickle meme doing the rounds, and I had neither the time or the opportunity to ask. Fascinating.
Well, thank you for explaining that. I'm sorry for derailing our podcast time so that you can explain
Sorry for
your
giving
culture.
you more editing to do.
Becca, now that you have to explain your culture to me, I know how difficult it is to have to try to explain culture to people. So,
Mandy, can we devote the next 10 minutes of this podcast to what's Puerto Rico? Let's talk about this for a second.
So it's like England, but littler and better.
Great.
No lies detected.
The reason why Ben and my dad get along great, and I honestly think it's because they're both little island people who are just in the States now. They got a lot to relate to.
Interesting.
If for some bizarre reason, dear listener, throughout all of this nonsense, you've been like, that English guy who's continuously screeching and unhinged about Welsh coal mining, I'd like to hear more of that.
That is not enemy of the show, Ben Paddon. I need to reiterate for those that might have been confused. We did not have Ben was on possibly separately. They did invade the podcast at one point because they are once again enemy of the show. But we have not been talking with enemy of the show, Ben Paddon, for this podcast. We've been talking to a different British person.
As a very quick aside, there is an individual in the games industry who I'm now friends with because they thought that Ben and I were the same person. And if you ever see Ben and I together, we do not look alike.
Yeah,
that is
we
true.
we have been talking today with Shaggy Simon Pegg.
I gotta say, Will, you have enough red hair to like create 2 more Ben Paddons. I think that's
Much like a dandelion, when I finally expire and my ginger hair tufts upon the wind, that's
Exactly.
what happens.
Episode 46. 35 minutes of the Rings of Akatan.
It's not supposed to be like a catchy Chapel Roan song. It's supposed to be
it's
like
supposed to be like a
hymn.
chant. Yeah, like
Yeah.
a hymn.
But they
And
could put the
so-
chapel in Chapel Roan here.
I just have this image of this poor little like castrati in a in like a massive cathedral in England just going Pink pony club, I'm gonna keep on dancing at the pink pony club. Or that, but in Latin. Fewer musicals should be Emilia Perez.
Okay, so Becca,
Mandy,
as a-
did you hate the song because you saw Emilia Perez recently?
I decided after watching Emilia Perez that I am done with music.
I would love for like any episode of anything to just feature K9 just going, "Arf, arf, mistress," or something. Just like...
I've heard someone say that before, but it was not a robot dog.
I have been enjoying all of reading about all of the drama from LA Leather specifically.
Oh my god, it has been so much.
As
It has
someone
been
who's like
so much.
not in any way involved, of like, oh, I love this. I love hearing about this.
Oh,
It's so
that organization just lit itself on fire. It's incredible.
Oh my god, what? I don't know anything about anything.
Go on Kevin's Facebook and just read through.
Okay.
Get yourself
Better
a White
yet-
Claw and just enjoy.
or go to my friend Jackson's Instagram or Facebook and just go through all that, because he's been right at the center of this for about a year by daring to be a trans man who still has some cleavage, asking people, hey, is it okay if I show some of this? Them saying, yeah, and then them changing their mind afterwards.
Ah, how dare you present your gender the way that feels authentic to you? I just don't understand why.
But basically,
You're
the
allowed to
entire
do this.
LA community and neighboring cities have all united in saying, fuck these people.
Nice.
And it has resulted in the nuking of a decades-old organization.
Incredible.
What's happening? Why is it angry?
This isn't an it, it's a she. Doreen, meet Clara. Clara, meet Doreen.
Doreen?
Loose translation. She sounds a bit grumpy, but she's a total love, actually, aren't you? Yes, you are.
Okay, I see.
And you notice we are all slow and dumb, but it's actually it's Zoom that's slow and dumb. Sometimes it's also Mandy is slow and
To
dumb.
quote an Oscar-winning musical, I see, I see, I see.
Why?
I was on shrooms watching the Oscars and then just live texting it to Becca whenever Emilia Perez won anything, because you were doing a
Which was
show
so funny
at the
because
time.
I was doing my solo show that night and I was like in the green room like the hour before my show and Mandy's just texting me.
And it's just the ominous Becca, I have terrible news.
I did like the please show people what a good musical looks like.
Speaking of...
Oh, this episode.
I mean, good might be.
Once again proving why we don't ask for a Doctor Who musical.
Look, if I do feel like this is the inaugural musical episode of Doctor Who, but we'll get there. All right. Let's start the podcast and then we will. All right, here we go. Mandy, are you prepared?
I am so prepared. I wrote it down.
Oh my gosh.
That's what's used for currency here, psychometry. Objects psychically imprinted with their history. The more treasured they are, the more value they hold.
That's horrible.
It's better than using bits of paper.
I was a choir kid. I'm going to put it out there. I was a choir kid. Unlike every other choir kid, I was not molested. But I still turned out queer, so who knows? I'm going to cut that shit out. Holy shit. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, damaging to the queer community.
Oh, we're allowed to damage ourselves a little as a treat.
Different trauma made me queer.
You're going to fight it, aren't you?
Regrettably, yes. I think I may be about to do that.
It's really big.
I've seen bigger.
Really?
Are you joking? It's massive.
I have a plane coming, so give me a second while I fucking
I
go
don't
on
know
this
what
insane tangent
it
that
is
I'm
about
about to go on.
planes that turns us all into James Kirk in the way that we need to kind of talk like this while the plane is happening.
That's just that's a little affect that I put on to as a note to myself later to edit this part out.
See, I was just picturing, that scene in Partners in Crime when the Doctor and Donna are just like
mouthing at each other. Yeah.
There's quite a difference, isn't there, between what was and what should have been. There's an awful lot of one, but there's an infinity of the other.
There's plenty of gods to go around. One god for every, 2 gods for every boy. Sorry, okay.
2 gods for every boy, and girls get nothing.
I know, it's such a problem.
God is stored in the balls, is what I'm hearing.
So that's why there's 2.
One of your balls is good, and one of your balls is evil. One of your balls only tells the truth, and one of your balls always lies. Oh my gosh.
Why am I laughing? Why am
I
I
don't
laughing?
know. We've been talking so long that we've
Oh, God.
all of us have just fallen apart. And that is honestly the goal of this podcast.
Help.
Episode 47. 9 minutes of The Time Monster, parts 4 and 5.
There's the whole thing when they get to Atlantis and they welcome Joe and they call her Lady Joe. And all of a sudden she's got this Atlantean wig,
Oh, it's gorgeous.
it's like nice they had that wig hanging around, and it nice. Cool. Good job.
Yeah. People in Atlantis just have wigs hanging out in case any time travelers show up.
Right.
With haircuts that they're afraid that their people won't understand.
If they won't, they're not going to, they're not going to go with it. They're not going to go with it. Yeah.
This is Pertwee saying that it's any time that he's not a dandy. And be like, don't look at me in my heart no hour. I don't like that outfit.
Could be.
Don't ask me about that bowl cut I used to have. I'm fancy now.
I'm fancy now. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
You can't see me before I got this ascot.
On the Stitches in Time website, there's a methodology page where I list a whole bunch of rules that I have for myself, but the main rule that's not on there is, don't think about it too hard. Whatever.
The rule should be, do not make this any harder for yourself than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Every time I record, it's like, you want to hear your own voice back a second time as well, right? I'm like, no.
No.
Nobody has ever wanted that, actually.
No one actually should hear my voice.
I bet Ben would disagree. Oh,
Mandy, I know you don't listen to the podcast, so you don't know that I just cut you out of everything.
Yeah, as you should. It's a safety hazard.
Now you watch. He cannot bear not to have the last word.
He's not even listening. He's turned the sound off.
I wanted to get airplane tone as well while
Yeah.
we're here. So that was...
Right as we did the room tone, an airplane just flew over both of our apartments.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we both knew while we were being quiet. Like, we can't communicate this at all to you, Dino. You just have to trust us.
I am in your hands.
If the Thraskin puts his fingers in his ears, it is polite to shout. That's an old Venusian proverb.
What's Thruskin?
Thruskin? Oh, it's an archaic word.
I'm ready to start the episode about the Time Warrior. Are you both ready to do things?
The Time Warrior?
Is that
That's
what it's
not
called?
what I was told.
The Time Monster. I'm so
I was
sorry.
told Time Monster and Web of Fear.
No,
It was like, oh no, I have an entirely different joke now that I can't make anymore.
No, I that was my thing because for some reason I always confuse those two titles because they're very similar and they're both John Pertwee stories. And leave me alone, oh God.
The modern equivalent is plinge.
What does plinge mean?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Joe, I've just told you. It means Thruskin.
Of course.
Yeah, I know you've done a ton of things. I know the Dracula one was something that you were very excited for because you were a big classic horror movie.
I am. That was kind of bucket list stuff to voice Dracula in a Universal monster movie. That was just like, yeah, I was so incredibly thrilled for that. And of course, my son is voice actor Connor Andrade, who was the star of We Baby Bears and is in the cast of Casagrandes and has done Loud House, and he was the voice of Groot for Spider-Man Maximum Venom. So it's kind of in the family thing.
We unfortunately cannot afford Connor Andrade. And also, this podcast is rated explicit, so he's not allowed to listen to it.
Oh, okay. All righty. I will remember
so it's a heads
that.
up to you, Dino.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But in the meantime, swear loudly and proudly.
Shit, yeah. All righty. All righty.
He's picking up my words even before I've spoken them and feeding them back to me through the TARDIS's telepathic circuits, making them come out backwards.
The TARDIS is a telepathic?
Yes, of course. How else do you think they communicate?
Yeah. And now you're doing your Disney Plus show, which is great, except that we work very hard to make sure that Disney Plus never finds out about this show or the 12-year project that Becca has done, because we will immediately get sued into the ground.
Oh, okay.
So you should watch on Disney Plus.
Yeah,
Put
it's okay
on. Don't tell them where you found it from.
All right. Yeah, exactly.
You
And
got that, right?
This is coming out, I believe, April 9th. So your show will have released.
Yeah. And
Cool.
if you get a survey saying how did you hear about Robo Gobo, just say an angel came to me in my dreams and told me Dino Andrade is great. Give him lots of money.
Yay!
Yeah.
A rare and delicate feast for you! The Time Lord! Devour him!
Well, now whenever you're feeling hungry at a convention, you won't have to worry about it because everyone's going to start bringing you tacos.
That's right. I'm all right with that, that's okay. On the other hand, I guess it depends on who is bringing it, Here, have a taco. No, it's all right. I'm good. Had some full. I'm good. Thank you. No, really, you're gonna like this taco. Have this taco. No, thank you. Security. Yeah, no, thank you.
Episode 48. 2.5 minutes of The Web of Fear, Part 1.
I have to fuck with smug people. It's just one of the things. Smug people get on my nerves.
Can you imagine being smug about Doctor Who?
I know.
And the things that you see in this show, and you think that you're going to be smug for being a fan of it?
Yeah.
I know there are smug Doctor Who fans, but I feel like from the interactions I've had in the fandom, I feel like we as a fandom know what our show is. Kind of, we're not as smug as other fandoms are, I think. Becca said smugly.
Part of me would like to see you as a Pertwee, because I feel like you really have the hair for it. I feel like you would have a good...
My nostrils aren't big enough.
Nobody's nostrils are big enough.
I think I really just want to see you as a dandy. I really just want to see you dandied up. I think you'd be great at it.
Okay.
in my head mentally, you are Columbo. Like, you are just always wearing a trench coat in my mind.
That is such a compliment. Thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen you wear a trench coat, but in my head, that's exactly what it is.
Gee, that's one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to me. Whether it's my wife or some of the people down at the office, sometimes they say nice things, usually on my birthday, but I digress. Just one more thing. Thank you.
And I hope our listeners will join us next week when we're going to be talking about Doomsday.
Oh, I'm gonna cry a lot.
Yeah, you are. You'll only cry a little bit because we're only talking about, 57 seconds of it. So
That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
This would have been a very different podcast had I understood that part. I only needed to pay attention to a minute. Oh, okay.
No, I'm glad we actually had more things to talk about. That was nice.
Yeah, we generally kind of go outside. I stick to it usually if I know that our guest has seen it before, and be like, well, Becca and Dino can talk about it, and I'll be in my dopey little thing. If we run into a situation where it's like, oh, I don't think that they're going to watch the entire special, I have started trying to watch the entire special.
Aww.
Yay. It means we've influenced you.
But the problem is I rely on Ben to give me that input of like, oh, I think you should actually watch this one. There's a lot of them in which they're like, no, you're probably good, man.
You go check out from I believe it's the first season, maybe in the second, but the first with Bill Hartnell, I believe it's called The Gunfighters, where they go to the OK Corral. They're some of the worst American accents you'll ever hear. It's so wonderful. It's wonderful how bad those accents are.
The problem is whenever I try to watch a classic Doctor Who, suddenly, magically, The Five Doctors just comes on, and I watch that instead. It's everything is The Five Doctors if I am the one putting the DVD into the thing.
There you go. So not the Paul McGann.
The Paul McGann, but like he's in the middle. I guess like now kind of gets put in with the classic stuff.
Okay.
But it's like, because it's so much trying to be its own little reboot, it just exists in its own, like, only Will Sasso can be in this one. They can't put Will Sasso. You can't tell me that Will Sasso is in classic Doctor Who.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It would be fun to imagine, but I just can't imagine had this American reboot with Paul McGann actually been successful and turned into a series, what this American version of Doctor Who would have been like. You know?
Terrifying.
I want to know what this version of Will Sasso would have been like. I think he would have had a very different career trajectory.
Quite possibly.
I think he could have gone like the Jim Carrey, like sketch comedy to like Oscar dramas route.
Yeah.
You know,
Adam Sandler doesn't have a job anymore in this universe.
But something or someone is holding us here.
You've done many cool things.
I've done a few. And then there are things that I sometimes get credited for that I had nothing to do with. Like, for some reason, I don't know why, there is this character called Milhouse Manister in World of Warcraft that, like, every Warcraft wiki and so on has it listed as me. And I've said many times, I've gone to conventions where they've included it in my list of things to be and pictures of it. I've had people ask me, do the voice. It's like, that's not me. That's actually my friend Steve Kramer. And I've removed it many times from like the IMDb or whatever, and some clown puts it back like, damn it, they took Dino's credit off. I'm putting it back, you know. And it's like, that's not me.
The next time that somebody asks you to do the voice, you need to just hold up your phone to a recording of Steve Kramer doing it and be like, here you go.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, and I try to publicly say that as often as possible because I don't want Steve Kramer kicking my ass, So it's like really, no, I'm not trying to steal your credit, Steve. I'm really not. And I don't know where it started. I do not know where it started.
Connor is every night. Connor is like going back into the wiki, like, nope, I'm stealing that valor.
So it's not me. And then there was another credit showed up for I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh, one of these shows that's actually recorded in New York. And I had somebody come to me and say, "Hey, Dino, not cool. We all know the show's actually in New York." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like crediting yourself for such. I was like, "I never did that. I don't know what you're talking about." And I had to look it up online. Sure enough, there was in the IMDb. I'm in the cast of what? Yeah.
Which invites the uncomfortable conversation of you having to explain to these people that actually you have other fans and they update this stuff for you. You're not the one sitting and updating everything.
Yeah. I know that there's one on the IMDb, and we've just left it there because we all think it's funny. Is this one? It's something the Little Witch, and it says that I'm in the show, and my buddy Jason is in the show, and I called Jason and say, "Hey, are you aware that we were in this show?" And he's like, "I bet we were brilliant." Like, yeah. I think so too. And it's like this whole cast list is on. And as far as I know, the show doesn't actually exist.
Zook, the Little Witch.
That's it. And you'll see Jason Marnocha, myself, and so on. And to the best of all of our knowledge, this show does not actually exist. And we've all kind of left it there as a joke.
Wow. Wild.
Yep.
Yeah, I just found the top thing. It's actually the IMDb for this show is the second listing. The first listing is you on Instagram announcing that you are in this animated series. Apparently.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I had I did make a post about it saying apparently I'm in this show. I have no memory of it. Jason doesn't either, but apparently he's in it too. And I'm sure we were great.
I look forward to its release whenever it happens.
We're all looking forward to it. Yeah. Yep. Welcome to the world of fandom.
And as this conversation has no doubt clued our fans into, obviously today we're talking about 2.5 minutes of the web of fear.
Oh, yes, that'll do, Jamie, I think. Let's get that in there. And that'll be excellent. There we are, that should work.
And we will do things.
Yay! Things are good.
Yeah. I love things. Stuff. Things. It's all good. Mandy, are you ready with your thing?
Yes.
Speaking of things.
Oh, do you think we ever will? We've been here so long.
Yes, of course we will, Victoria. You see, whatever's holding us must let go sometime.
God damn, that plane is... The more I hope it goes away, the louder it gets. Whatever, that's a future Becca problem.
Doctor! The scanner is clearing!
If you would like to correct Dino, you may do so in the form of a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.
That's right. I love your show. Dino's full of shit.
Yeah. Also, we will take corrections to anything Dino says in the form of create an IMDb of animated series that does not and will never exist, and credit Dino as one of the voice actors on it.
Right. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Let's encourage people to do that. Sure.
Now listen, both of you. As soon as we land, whatever you do, don't let go.
Oh, Will Sasso would have been Paul Blart Mall Cop. Yeah. We did an entire convention panel about what would have happened, and I never said until now Will Sasso would have been Paul Blart Mall Cop.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to
Goodbye,
call
everyone.
this episode now, right?
Yeah. Will Sasso as Paul Blart Mall Cop.
Episode 49, 57 Seconds of Doomsday.
People who hate the new Doctor are like really upset that he cries all the time. And I'm like, David Tennant was like the biggest crier in the world, and y'all didn't have a problem with that.
The goddamn gift set of Tennant and just the slow little tear of this episode was just 47% of Tumblr.
Yeah, that seems accurate.
Get out of here without a shoot he cries too much. Stitches continuity wise, we finished with Troughton. There's all of this weird the TARDIS is getting sucked into the weird thing that we talked about last episode.
Right.
And it's kind of implied that David's the one doing it.
Yeah, poor Patrick Troughton is just spinning around this horrible supernova while David Tennant's just trying to make a phone
blowing
call.
it up.
Mandy, thank you for bullying me so that the internet doesn't have to.
Yeah. That's my job. I'll bully you first so the internet doesn't have to. I sound so much like my mother right now. We might have had, there's a dog outside, and then I guess when Ben came in, DiGiorno left, but now he is on the other side of the door, and he is meowing now.
I have not, I don't know what kind of like post-processing is going on your end, but like, I've never heard any meowing or like, even planes are kind of hard to hear on your thing for some reason, which is great.
Because like, I'm not doing anything.
I wonder if it's just like the difference between like, there might be like a setting in Audacity that you have that I have, because I'm recording in Logic Pro, because that's what I'm more familiar with, but like it might just be like a default setting thing.
I think honestly it's just the mic that I have is shittier, so I'm just recording less overall.
I mean, well, now we have the same mic.
Oh, now we're, yeah, but mine got a lump in it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Making some ASMR here, just touching my mic lump.
Oh, baby.
There's one tiny little gap in the universe left. Just about to close.
Yay.
He is just steady screaming out there. He's like, meh, meh.
That's hilarious. I love it. Oh,
like Becca was in there.
My best friend Becca.
She was gonna smack my butt.
He was so happy with all the butt smacking I was doing last night. I'm glad to have done it. Yeah, that's all I have to say about Doomsday. I mean, it's not all I have to say about Doomsday. It's all I have to say about this 57 seconds of Doomsday.
This episode is cutting out the 37 minutes of weeping that we did.
Yeah. We just cried, and at one point I just went over to Mandy's house and we just held each other for a while, because
it was very sensual.
It was so sensual. And then Ben walked into the room and they were just like, "What are you doing?" And we just both went, "Doomsday!" And they, joined us in the weeping and the hugs and everything. So
it's actually the plot to the lesbian porn that I'm writing. It's just people who get together to weep over an episode of Doomsday and then they make out.
Yeah. An episode of Doomsday. Our favorite TV show, Doomsday.
Yeah. You just watch various series that if they have an episode named Doomsday.
Yeah, which probably
My new podcast, Doomsday Podcast.
I bet you could do quite a few of those, honestly. I bet you certainly a bunch of like sci-fi and fantasy shows, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure Buffy has an episode called Doomsday. I'm sure
Or you do it
has an episode called Doomsday.
to the to what you were saying earlier, a podcast called The Blank of Blank, where you just watch things that are titled The Blank of Blank.
The Blank of Blank. Listeners, thank you for listening to this episode of Blank in Blank, a Dr. Blank podcast. And
I love these Mad Libs.
That's what we should have done for our April Fools, is just do a Mad Libs podcast. Should be like, oh my gosh, this episode was so adjective and I felt feeling about it.
Episode 50, 3.5 minutes of The Runaway Bride.
12 years! Is that how long it took?
I'm
not surprised. By the way, I'm not surprised. I'm not going like, that seems like a long time, lazy. No, I mean, yeah, of course it took 12 years. Why did you do that?
It doesn't help that they keep making more of it.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to redo the whole file then.
It's really
a long
annoying.
Video. If I seem like I'm making fun of any of this, understand that I'm really in favor of everything you're telling me.
No,
I do get
fairness,
this.
you should be making fun of it.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
You should be making fun of this. This is something that more people should be making fun of than are. And frankly, I'm a little bit worried about the state of things.
Well, we just
Dave,
need to
this
spread the word.
podcast doesn't actually go out. It's just a very long-term intervention. When Nishuti, got the hammer and smacked the two TARDISes.
Oh, I always forget that. It's so delightful every time I remember.
Is Sutek on both of them? Which one is Sutek on?
Yes, he must be,
Oh,
right?
no. Oh, no. There's still a Sutek.
He's created a second Sutek.
There's two Tech.
Yeah, there's still an undefeated Sutek.
Well, we'll find out.
I'm predicting the season 2 finale. It's
Exactly.
two Tech.
And it's just the same again, because he's got the same plan and is doing the same thing. just run that same episode again.
Oh, Becca,
I can't hear Becca.
Soundwise.
Oh, okay, good. Not just me. Yeah, sorry, I can see you.
Oh, it's because I accidentally pressed the mute button on the front of my microphone because I was trying to move it around.
Oh, whoopsie doopsie.
And I didn't want a bunch of in your ears while I was doing that.
Thank you. That's very, very kind.
Anyway.
Hold on, wait a minute. What are you dressed like that for?
I'm going camping bowling.
What do you think, Dumbo? I was halfway up the aisle.
Yeah. Grown adults who have been watching Doctor Who all their lives. Rose will not be in that. Yeah. Yes. Wow. Yes. It's interesting being old, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm aiming for wisdom someday soon. I don't know when that's going to come. Look at this though. Good progress being made here. I've got a nice little white streak right in the middle of my beard. It's dead good.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I know. I've looked out there.
Maybe something pulling you into alignment with the chronon shell. Maybe something macrobot in your DNA with the interior matrix. Maybe a genetics. What was that for?
Get me to the church.
Right, sorry about that. I'm back now.
That's all right.
Are you? Did you guys keep recording, or should I start a new recording? Because I kept recording.
Yeah.
We just kept recording.
We just kept recording.
You've stopped, or you've?
No.
We kept recording.
I don't know why I couldn't tell the difference between those words. Then.
Hello.
Let's do a podcast.
Yeah.
It actually works because it meant that we all got room tone.
Yeah. That was kind of perfect.
I am so in the mood to do a Doctor Who podcast right now. I've just come away from the new episode that aired tonight on it aired on Disney Plus. It's been there all day, but something makes us not watch it until it's meant to be on at 7 p.m. or whatever, and with our tea as God intended, and so that's what we've been doing. And
we did. We stayed up until midnight last night and watched it all together.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I am too old for that. When Russell was last series, Russell was like, well, why don't you just have these? Why don't you just stay up till midnight and then you can all watch it together? It'll be brilliant. And I was like, well, it's because I'm 43.
Yeah, it was definitely like, I'll do it for this one. Not again.
Claim to fame, by the way, my wife has cuddled Russell T Davies.
Oh.
Because for a while she just worked in the same building as him and just encountered him once or twice.
Amazing.
She said he asks you what your first name is and he calls you by that name in such a direct way that it properly feels like a kid's TV presenter or something talking to you, and it's the most wonderful feeling.
That's delightful.
All of that is a compliment, by the way.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice, Bernie.
That's delightful.
Yeah.
All right.
You would hate for it the other way and be like, oh, cuddled by Russell T Davies. She had to file a restraining order. It's a huge thing. Love the show, though.
Brackets complimentary. I'm sure she was the initiator of the cuddle.
Oh gosh, I really don't want to have to cancel Russell T Davies.
No, God,
that'd be a shame.
I mean, the Eccleston gave it a go to be like, I don't know about this guy, but we all sort of went, oh, we just like you both. Is that all right?
Yeah.
It seems a lot like he was like, well, I expected more of you, and then you ended up being a producer of a show, which is inherently puts you in a bad position to be a bad guy.
I mean, it's one of these things. Obviously, I think basically, from what I can tell, and of course I don't know the full thing, but it seems like Chris is a fiercely moral, like, out of the two of them, you'd trust him more with something that mattered. But Russell is just like an excitable puppy child man, and he's nice as well. And it's just, you know what I mean? I want to like them both.
Yeah.
And right now I can. There's a non-zero chance I might meet Eccleston one day because I live not too far. I mean, we're in Manchester, and that's where Russell has a production company somewhere. Which is why Abby bumped into him there. But Christopher Eccleston, when he posts a video of himself walking through a park, that park is sort of half an hour's drive from where we live, and we've been there a couple of times.
Oh, nice.
So, non-zero chance. Haven't met him. I hope one day I do, and I will not bother him. I'll give him a nod, and I'll expect one in return, and that'll be that.
Really? You don't
No,
want to
not
give him
a
a
cuddle.
cuddle?
No, if he comes in for a cuddle, he's getting a cuddle back. But I feel like he's a guy who wants leaving alone, you know?
I've only met him at the Doctor Who convention out here because he was like signing stuff, and he was signing some of Ben's stuff, and Ben's like telling the whole story and holding back tears. And Eccleston's being really nice, but I can also see him kind of being like, "Oh, and the next person," and I'm just like behind Ben, and I'm like, "No, I'm with them. You can continue having this conversation. I'm not waiting my turn." And he just looks at me and then looks at Ben and goes, "Nice."
Which is the correct, that's the correct way to answer.
Don't worry, Chris. Yeah. I'm not interested. Ben gets one extra person's go.
I'd like to cede my time to Ben.
Yeah. And be like, I also appreciate your work, but it didn't save my life, so I think Ben gets an extra go.
Don't get me wrong, I think you're all right, but this is Ben's time.
All right, should we start a podcast?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And last but not least, episode 51, 10 seconds of the Doctor Who TV movie.
Yeah, this is the bit where Paul McGann Fonzies the TARDIS console. The only way I can describe that.
We have to emphasize that this is the American one.
Of course. And then Paul McGann goes, "Hey!"
What's your favourite quote from this clip? Mine's...
I do like that one, yes.
Oh, mine is...
Yeah, and mine I think is like that's supposed to be the TARDIS noise.
Eric Roberts does a series called Stalked by My Doctor, where he just plays a crazed doctor that just like gets obsessed with a patient and he stalks them.
Sorry, in Stalked by My Doctor, does he stalk a different patient every episode?
Yeah.
Wow, that is not plausible.
He gets like really convinced, and it's always just like a variety of different 17-year-old girls.
I'm sure it is.
It definitely started off because, like, typically Lifetime movies, it's always kind of like the protagonist is the person getting stalked.
It must have been a one-off originally, right?
Yeah, it was kind of like a one-off, but Eric Roberts is so insane that it's like, no, the person being stalked is not the protagonist. The protagonist is Eric Roberts. We are following Eric Roberts through his dastardly deeds.
That's amazing.
Hoping he succeeds in stalking someone again.
If you told the Doctor Who TV movie from the Master's perspective, you could call it Stalked by My Doctor.
It's good depending on your mood.
It's good so long as you have the correct opinions.
Sylvester McCoy, Peter Capaldi, both Doctors let down by the fact that they only got one episode with their correct final form hair. Shall I begin or what?
You start, and then I'll go, and then Mandy will go.
Well, Mandy's going to have to decide how much of the rest of the verse to do.
How much of the song I do?
Do the whole thing.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
I'm just going to do the bit. If you're happy and you know it.
If you're happy and you know
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
The podcast that I learned that from, Life's a Pitch, very good, very funny podcast. You should listen to it. The guy who leads that does the most wonderful thing. He goes, if you're happy, he does the whole song, and he goes, if you're happy and you know it, and you surely want to show it, and you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And it's that and. He just replaces the if with an and it makes the whole thing sound like this tumbling run-on sentence. It's amazing.
That's incredible.
It makes him sound like it turns it from a song to like an insane rant. It's amazing.
If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, and you're happy and you know it. Oh,
it just exposes the artifice of the whole concept of writing a song somehow.
Now I'm really doubting if I was happy and if I did know.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
a minute ago I was. Now I'm spiraling. I don't know.
I also realized that me continuing the song for you guys didn't sound weird to me, but it sounded to you like. Clap your hands.
There was a pause, yeah.
If you're happy,
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we've put this like 5/4 measure in there just to fuck with it.
If you're happy and you're prog.
If you're happy and you're Dave Brubeck, clap your hands. Welcome to Stitches in Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who the way it was meant to be watched. I'm going to start that again. I feel like I really stumbled on those words.
That's fine.
I only stumbled vocally on one word, but like mentally I was just like, where am I? Who am I? What's going on?
A few words behind
That's
and ahead.
me all the time.
Some people live like that, Becca.
Look, the thing is, I've done this same exact podcast intro 50 times now. And still I have to read it from a note.
You've done it 49 times. I did it once.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What happened that time?
You did it. That was our April Fool's.
Yeah.
Was that the April Fool's?
Yeah, we discussed the movie Teeth because for context, the Big Bang starts with Castrovalva.
Right.
So when I heard that, I was like, well, clearly Castrovalva is short for castration vulva, and it's a relation to the movie Teeth.
Sure.
Yeah, obviously.
I was there all those years ago when that film came out, and someone on the Something Awful forum posted, it's an old joke now, but it's the first time I'd ever seen it, vagina dentata. What a wonderful phrase! Never forgotten it. Top post.
That's very good. Should I wait for that plane? I'm going to wait for that plane.
Yeah, Becca and I also live, we live next door to each other,
Oh.
and also right by an airport, so if you hear us just cut ourselves off mid-sentence...
Why do you record in separate houses then? Why don't you just go around and record together?
Because to the comfort of my own home.
Yeah,
reasons?
technically, we can do it now because Ben actually has a mixer that we could put 2 microphones
Oh,
in,
I see.
but,
So
like,
it's better to
like-
get separate tracks, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
okay.
Ben and
Oh,
I
yeah.
used to do that. And we would have a podcast and do it, and it was actually like, I mean, particularly since Ben is so loud that no matter how much we would try to like segment them off, you can hear Ben on my microphone.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, 100%. I mean, so me and
makes
Jahan, Sonic the Comic, the podcast, is done in England and Ireland, and I edit it on separate tracks. Serious Business, we always do it in the same room as each other, and it has a different vibe. And it kind of allows me to edit it less because that live feeling, it just because most of the reason for editing is just to get rid of the ping distance, when we laugh at each other's jokes to fix that. But Jahan he's a foghorn man, and he won't mind me saying this to strangers like he is. And so the last episode, I compensated too much. It's really clear that he's sitting like a distance away from the microphone. There is a lot of reverb on him, whereas I'm right up to go like, yes, yeah. And there's going to be some ASMR problems. There's going to be like I'm whispering in your ear, and while Jahan's over there going, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's amazing.
Anyway,
in that spirit, welcome to Stitches in Time, the podcast discussing Doctor Who. Sorry. Okay, I'll do it properly. Fine.
That is nothing.
Yes,
that is nothing. You can edit this out. I just need to tell you this. This is because this is a total tangent. I've got 2 friends who are a couple, and they have a Garfield podcast, right? And it's 1 episode per strip from the beginning throughout the entire series. Except they really don't want to talk. I call it a Garfield avoidance podcast because they don't want to talk about Garfield. So instead, they just discuss and often have heated arguments about their various brain chemistries and problems with each other. Not problems with each other, but they have the discussion with each other for like 2 hours, and then they'll tell you what happened in a 4-panel Garfield strip, and that's the end of the podcast. It's flipping brilliant.
I was
That's
really
amazing.
hoping that you were going to say, oh, and they don't want to talk about the Garfield panel, so they'll just talk about everything else that was in the newspaper of that week.
Oh, that would be a good... Guys, Patreon content, that's what you should do. They won't listen to this. Well, they might. Anyway, the reason I brought it up, their podcast is called I Don't Like Mondays. But their names, their real names in real life are Guy and Cat. And they never thought of calling their podcast Guy and Cat until I told them, and it was way too late. Way too late.
Aww. That is some lasagna cat. Aaron,
God. That's incredible.
I hope it's their only regret in life.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this podcast.
Look, it's a good regret to have. Wait, hang on. I don't know what I meant by that. Anyway, my name is Stitches, and this is my partner, Time.
My name's Time, but Thyme.
Yeah. And we are a knitting and, sewing and embroidery and cooking podcast about Doctor Who.
It's a sublimation print if I ever saw one.
Yes.
I assume it is a Doctor Who top, though.
Yes, it is. Yes, this is the Sylvester McCoy sweater vest, but just as a tank top.
It's certainly what it reminded me of, but it could also have been something...
Southern California.
It could also have been something that you saw and went, well, that's sufficiently resonant, not resonant, remindery, whatever the word is, of the Sylvester McCoy top that
Reminiscent?
I'm going to have. Yes, that I'm going to have it.
Like how
I'll just edit myself saying the word reminiscent into that, and it'll be good.
I'm wearing a representation of all the wood paneling in the TARDIS from the TV movie.
Oh. And I'm wearing nothing. Oh, they can see the video, some of them.
I was gonna ask you about that, but
no, some of them see the video. It won't work. Oh well.
Oh man! All right. It's also something that I think speaks to like the actor playing the Doctor, and like I think we were talking about this a couple weeks ago with another guest, but like, you know, the thing that really sells. Sorry, I have a plane. I was gonna make that point so good before this plane, and now I'm gonna be all distracted by how pretty I am. Okay.
It's so... she used the word consent. It's so refreshing. I flipping loved it. Maybe cut some of that out because spoilers for some people.
I mean, by the time that this goes out, it'll be out for a few weeks. We can put like a spoiler thing ahead of it. But...
there is no one who's going to listen to this who will not have watched it by then. That's
it'll
fair.
be it'll be like episode 4 by the time this goes out. So
that's fine,
we
then.
will.
That's fine then.
Oh, I mean, it totally is now, and we all watched the first 4 episodes, and we all love them, and they're great. Yay!
What if they're rubbish?
Well,
what if episode 3 is the most hated Doctor Who episode ever?
It's weird that they just re-released Fear Her, just like with no changes. And they're like, oh, yeah, this is episode 3. Okay.
I love how when they put
shot for shot remake.
I love how when they put it all up on iPlayer. Yeah, except Fear Her. That was flipping brilliant. I love that.
Oh, that was apparently because one of the commentators who was doing the Olympics voiceover got canceled.
Correct. He turned out to have done very bad things. Yes, I do believe that would be the case. Yeah.
But then they dubbed it over, didn't they?
I don't know what they did. Yeah, it's up again now. Yeah.
With somebody else. Yeah.
Went up very quickly.
We're not going to watch it and find out.
No.
We don't have to watch that until we get to 2012, and we are in the 4000s BC right now, so we
ain't never
plenty of
getting to
time
that.
to ignore Fear Her.
That's our recap. Thanks for joining us. We will be back with a normal episode next week. We will be talking about the Daleks' master plan. Bye!
Thanks for listening to Stitches in Time. Music by Becca McGlynn. Art by Mandy Oquendo. Logo by Ben Paddon. Produced by Becca McGlynn and Ben Paddon. Please make sure to rate us and leave us a nice review. It helps new fans find the show.